True peace. Happy holy day, peacemakers. Running just a tad bit late here, 10 minutes. Hope everyone's enjoying their holy day. Happy holy day, nobles. We're gonna get started here for this week's holy day. True peace. Rabbat Shalom, Omateo. All the good greetings of peace to everyone across the global village. First thing first, I want to give honors to the divine creator. I want to give honors to the prophet, Noble Jew Ali. I want to give honors to all the original staff of the prophet. I want to give honors to all the leaders that came after the prophet. I want to give honors to those who came after the prophet. Leaders such as C.M. Bey, Hakeem Bey, Yahweh ben Yahweh, Malcolm X, the Honorable Messenger Elijah Muhammad, and many others who have came and answered the call to the divine leadership that's needed in this day and time. True peace. I welcome you all here this holy day. We're going to get started with our prayer, our opening, our divine supplication. Get it started here. All right. Let me get our initial share so that people can know that we are here, ready to go. We are live in 5. Right. Share the room. So those that come in, also you all should be sharing the room here every week. That can help us get the message out to the peoples. All right. Share the room to Twitter. I'm gonna share it here on Clubhouse. All right, let's move on to our last platform, which is Telegram. We share it to Facebook, Telegram, share here on Clubhouse, sometime LinkedIn and other platforms, but feel free to share. We also upload the content that we record here every week for Holy Day on YouTube. That way you can go back and check out what we have discussed and what our sermons have been about, or kupas have been about for this week. Give me 1 second here, and then we'll be jumping right into our divine supplication, which we will be doing now. Let me get it pulled up here. We're going to get it started. So welcome to World Temple, Branch Temple number 24 of the Moorish Science Temple of America. We are a global branch temple of the Moorish Science Temple of America. We're teaching our people their nationality and their divine creed, that they may learn to love instead of hate. So come link yourself with the family of nations by clicking that block of words at the top that says World Temple. We are a global branch temple, as I mentioned, and you can link yourself in with the Holy Family of Nations by clicking that block of words at the top that says "Join us." We'll be getting started here in just a second as I pull up our divine supplication. So, as you all know that attend and are present here with us every week, as you all know, we begin our prayers and thinking by using the O Heavenly One, the Most High, who is sustainer of all the worlds. We do accept the duty you have laid on us to clean up the filth made by the West and its non-submitting fools. O my sustainer, we beseech you to keep your hand over us to control the streams of the courses of our lives. Our sustainer, and if we do wrong, please show our divine blessings and forgiveness on us. You are the only one that can raise us true followers of the news bearers, and in thy name, we carry on. All right, we should have some people joining us here in a second. We go ahead and get the meditation music in the background going. All right, y'all. All right. So let's get started with our 19 affirmations. I'm gonna pin a link at the top of the room. So you all can join us. Or get your copy of the Clear Vision Scroll. This past couple of weeks, we have been reading the Clear Vision Scroll, which is one of the books that I've been an author of. I'm actually working on scroll number 2 for the Clear Vision Scroll, which will be part of a translation of the book of Samuel, putting together a little masterpiece real quick. That way you all could get further insight in the direction we will be going into as we continue forward. Right, so let me pin this link to the top of the room. Not sure if someone came in, but say we did have somebody come in. But we're gonna get started here with our 19 affirmations. Okay, there go Brother Jonathan. I see you. True peace, noble Jonathan. Happy holy day.
Happy holiday. True peace.
True peace. We might have Dr. Idris come through, so if you can, try to help him up. I don't know if you can see who coming in on your end. And say 3 people came in. I only seen 2. Well, I think we had somebody come in earlier. I did see them, but if you can keep a lookout on the PTR for me while I do the opening, be most appreciated. No.
Okay.
All right, y'all. So we're gonna open up with our divine supplication. Next, we'll be going into our 19 affirmations, which I'm about to go over here now. These are affirmations that you should be reading with your family, as we discuss here every week. These affirmations help keep the people grounded. They help keep you and your family grounded. These are principles that you can create further affirmations of, your own affirmations from, and add them to your repertoire. So with that, these affirmations are called What We Accept as Fact, the daily affirmation of loyalty of the children of the Elohim. And as it states, we accept as fact the eternal laws of nature as revealed through science, past events, logic, and common sense, revealed as right knowledge, wisdom, and understanding. We accept as fact the highest laws of nature is the cooperation and harmony of all living things. We accept as fact our way of life as a means to the best end. We accept as fact that loyalty is the greatest of all honors and treason is the worst of all crimes. We accept as fact that what is good for the Holy Tabernacle is the highest virtue, and what is bad for the Holy Tabernacle is the ultimate evil. We accept as fact that the Holy Tabernacle is the finest and noblest organization for all humanity created by circumstance, and the ancient and mystic order of Melchizedek is the noblest of fraternities on and above this planet. We accept as fact that creativity, love, and cooperation are the essence of success. We accept as fact that truth and facts are always and has always been the originator and creator of all success. We accept as fact that all worthwhile cultures and civilizations came about from the ancient Sumerians and Canaanite Egyptians and the Anunnaki or Elohims from the heavens, without which there would be none. We accept this fact that for the Holy Tabernacle to survive, expand, and advance, we need, first of all, a revolution of values and thoughts, which must start within each person by being truthful with themselves and about themselves. Therefore, we completely and categorically reject all myths, fictions, religions, and lies that have not been proven. That would include your heavens, your hell, your hellfire and brimstones, your horny pitchfork devils, your winged angels, and your old man God character sitting on the throne up there somewhere. We deal strictly with facts. If you can't prove it, we don't want to hear it. That doesn't mean we won't listen to you. Just don't expect us to accept your beliefs by virtue of a title such as Reverend, Pastor, Deacon, Imam, Sheik, Rabbi, Minister, Theologian, etc. That is your sensationalism, and we deal with just the facts. We accept this fact that the only true revolution is a war of good against evil, right against wrong, fairness against unfairness, loyalty against disloyalty, sincerity against insincerity, honesty against dishonesty, and this war fought within each person among the agreeable and disagreeable Elohims that make up your willpower. We accept this fact that the unity of our community and its success will only happen with cooperation with all involved. We accept this fact the total unification of all humanity on the basis of truth. That is, accepting people and races for who and what they are, respecting their culture, their languages, and their beliefs, and expect the same. We accept this fact that the human race, its biological and cultural heritage, is now under attack by our own morals, our self-righteousness, our desire to control industry, and these things attack the very existence of humanity. We accept this fact that males as well as females are equal in all things and should be dealt with as partners in all matters. We accept this fact that no one race of people is better than the other. In fact, no one wins the race in racism. We accept this fact that communication between different people is the cure to the ignorance that breeds the disease hate. We accept this fact that a good and well-rounded education could prevent most of the ignorance that plagues the world. We accept this fact that the all is just that, the all. You can't take from the all, you can't add to the all. We are all within the all as one. That is our concept of what you call a deity. To the fulfillment of these facts, we children of the Elohim forever pledge our lives, our sacred honor, and our spiritual zeal. True peace, true peace. So we're going to jump right into our divine constitution and bylaws and this prayer, our Moorish prayer next. Right, y'all. So y'all know how it go. Facing the east, feet at a 45-degree angle. Allah, the Father of the universe, the Father of love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. Allah is my protector, my guide, and my salvation, by night and by day, through His holy prophet, Noble Drew Ali. Amen. All right, y'all. Let's get to our divine constitution and bylaws. Act 1, as it states, the Grand Sheik and the chairman of the Moorish Science Temple of America is empowered to make law and enforce laws with the assistance of the Prophet and the Grand Body of the Moorish Science Temple of America. The assistant Grand Sheik is to assist the Grand Sheik in all affairs if he lives according to love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. And it is known before the members of the Moorish Science Temple of America. Act 2. All meetings are to be open and closed promptly according to the Circle 7 and love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. Friday is our holy day of rest because on a Friday, the first man was formed in flesh, and on a Friday, the first man departed out of flesh and ascended unto his Father God Allah. For that cause, Friday is the holy day for all Muslims all over the world. Act 3. Love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice must be proclaimed and practiced by all members of the Moorish Science Temple of America. No members to put in danger or accuse falsely his brother or sister on any occasion at all that may harm his brother or sister, because Allah is love. Act 4. All members must preserve these holy and divine laws, and all members must obey the laws of the government because, by being a Moorish American, you are a part and parcel of the government and must live the life accordingly. Act 5. This organization of the Moorish Science Temple of America is not to cause any confusion or to overthrow the laws and constitution of the said government, but to obey hereby. Act 6. With us, all members must proclaim their nationality, and we're teaching our people their nationality and their divine creed, that they may know that they are a part and parcel of the said government, and know that they are not Negroes, colored folks, black people, or Ethiopians, because these names were given to slaves by slaveholders in 1779 and lasted until 1865 during the time of slavery. But this is a new era of time now, and all men now must proclaim their free national name to be recognized by the government in which they live and the nations of the earth. This is the reason why Allah, the great God of the universe, ordained Noble Ali, the prophet, to redeem his people from their sinful ways. The Moorish Americans are the descendants of the ancient Moabites who inhabited the northwestern and southwestern shores of Africa. Act 7. All members must promptly attend their meetings and become a part and parcel of all uplifting acts of the Moorish Science Temple of America. Members must pay their dues and keep in line with all necessities of the Moorish Science Temple of America. Then you are entitled to the name of faithful. Husband, you must support your wife and children. Wife, you must obey your husband and take care of your children and look after the duties of your household. Sons and daughters must obey father and mother and be industrious and become part of the uplifting of humanity. All Moorish Americans must keep their hearts and minds pure with love and their bodies clean with water. This divine covenant is from your holy prophet, Noble Ali, through the guidance of his father, God Allah. All right. Happy holy day, peacemakers. Happy holy day. We're going to open up with our weekly readings. Get us started here. Let's see. Say Doc was with us a second ago. I'm trying to see if we can get him in the room. Let's go ahead and open up with our weekly readings. And as y'all know, we start off with chapter 25 of the Moorish Holy Qur'an Circle 7. Hope everyone is enjoying their Friday. We got some good news this week. So I'll wait till current events to let it be known. But we got some good news. We on our way. We are on our way, y'all. So let's get it started with this week's weekly reading. Right. Chapter 25, called the Holy Covenant of the Asiatic Nation, and it reads, Ye are the children of one father, provided for by his care, and the breast of one mother had given you suck. Let the bonds of affection therefore unite thee with thy brothers, that peace and happiness might dwell in thy father's house. And when ye separate in the world, remember the relation that bindeth you to love and unity, and prefer not a stranger before thy own blood. If thy brothers in adversity, assist him. If thy sisters in trouble, forsake her not. So shall the fortunes of thy father contribute to the support of his whole race, and his care be continued to you all in your love to each other. All right, all right. So, as I state here every week, this is the precursor for all intense behaviors, mindset, when it comes to dealing with your brothers and sisters. So, when they ask about the nature of us being Moorish Americans, they really got some things to really look into here, which we know there are a lot of people that will choose to opt out to look into it. But the Moors of the temple, what they sometimes refer to affectionately as the temple Moors, the so-called temple Moors, there are some things to look into, especially Moors that claim their indigenousness to America. But Moors, we are a global people. We are global people. But it's needed to have some type of body politic that represents you throughout these geographical areas, regions, locations, to and fro throughout the whole entire planet. This is what Noble Drawley, the prophet, established, which ended up being something that actually affects the whole entire world at this point. Because prior to what the prophet did, you had the kingdom of Morocco speaking on behalf of the Moors throughout the whole entire globe. You had a treaty in place, but there was no actual embassy or anything like that to make reference to until you get the temple. Until you get the temple. Because little be it known, you did have Moors that is on record before the prophet Noble Drawley. Or the Moors don't acknowledge this, or the Moors don't talk about this. We talk about this, that, and everything that y'all bringing up, plus more. You would know if you bring your butt into the temple. You would know if you brought your butt to where the science was being delivered, and not just speculating on what people say about what the Moors teach, what they don't teach, and the information that they deliver, especially about America. So let's get into chapter 47 and 48, so we can get into our lecture this week, get into our sermon for this week. Chapter 47 is called Egypt, the capital empire of the Dominion of Africa. And it states, the inhabitants of Africa are the descendants of the ancient Canaanites from the land of Canaan. Old man Cush and his family are the first inhabitants of Africa who came from the land of Canaan. His father Ham and his family were second. Then came the word Ethiopia, which means the demarcation line of the dominion of Mexico, the first true and divine name of Africa. The dividing of the land between the father and the son. The dominion of Cush, northeast and southeast Africa, and northwest and southwest was his father's dominion of Africa. In later years, many of their brethren from Asia and the Holy Lands joined them. The Moabites from the land of Moab, who received permission from the pharaohs of Egypt to settle and inhabit northwest Africa, they were the founders and all the true possessors of the present Moroccan Empire, with their Canaanite, Hittite, and Amorite brethren who sovereign from the land of Canaan, seeking new homes. Their dominion and inhabitation extended from northeast and southwest Africa across Great Atlantis, even unto the present North, South, and Central America, and also Mexico and the Atlantis Island, before the great earthquake which caused the Great Atlantic Ocean. The river Nile was dredged and made by the ancient pharaohs of Egypt in order to trade with the surrounding kingdoms. Also, the Niger River was dredged by the great pharaoh of Egypt in those ancient days for trade, and it extends eastward from the river Nile, westward across the Great Atlantic. It was used for trade and transportation. According to all true and divine records of the human race, there is no Negro, black, or colored race attached to the human family, because all the inhabitants of Africa were and are of the human race, descendants of the ancient Canaanite nation from the Holy Land of Canaan. What your ancient forefathers were, you are today without doubt or contradiction. There is no one who was able to change man from the descendant nature of his forefathers unless his power extends beyond the great universal creator Allah himself. These holy and divine laws are from the Prophet Noble, the founder of the Uniting of the Moorish Science Temple of America. These laws are to be strictly preserved by the members of all the temples of the Moorish Science Temple of America, that they will learn to open a meeting and guide it according to the principles of love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. Every subordinate temple of the Grand Major Temple is to form under the covenant of love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice, and to create their own laws and customs in conjunction with the laws of the Holy Prophet and the Grand Temple. I, the Prophet Noble Ali, was sent by the great God Allah to warn all Asiatics of America to repent from their sinful ways before that great and awful day that is sure to come. The time has come when every nation must worship under its own vine and fig tree, and every tongue must confess its own. Through sin and disobedience, every nation has suffered slavery due to the fact that they honored not the creed and principles of their forefathers. That is why the nationality of the Moors was taken away from them in 1774, and the word Negro, black, and colored was given to the Asiatics of America, who were of Moorish descent, because they honored not the principles of their mother and father, and strayed after the gods of Europe, of whom they knew nothing. So we're gonna kind of go into some things this week. Drop some science this week. you know how we say back in the day, trying to kick knowledge. We're gonna kick some knowledge. We're gonna kick some knowledge this week, y'all, and it's gonna be put up on YouTube, the good old YouTube. Not sure if Doc came in just yet. Trying to keep a lookout for him.
Yeah, I sent out a couple invites. I don't know. The vibe's right for the information. The vibe is definitely right for that information coming out and locking in.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Trying to see if Dr. Idris gonna join us this week. No, he ain't got me. Let me see if he can see my message. All right. So let's get into chapter 48. Let's get into chapter 48. Because it also speaks to, like I said, to some of the science that we're gonna be dropping today. So chapter 48 is called the End of Time and the Fulfilling of the Prophecies. And it states, the last prophet in these days is Noble Ali, who was prepared divinely in due time by Allah to redeem men from their sinful ways, and to warn them of the great wrath which is sure to come upon the earth. John the Baptist was the forerunner of Jesus in those days, to warn and stir up the nation and prepare them to receive the divine creed which was to be taught by Jesus. In these modern days, there came a forerunner of Jesus who was divinely prepared by the great God Allah, and his name is Marcus Garvey, who did teach and warn the nations of the earth to prepare to meet the coming prophet, who was to bring the true and divine creed of Islam, and his name is Noble Ali, who was prepared and sent to this earth by Allah to teach the old-time religion and the everlasting gospel to the sons of man, that every nation shall and must worship under their own vine and fig tree, and return to their own and be one with their Father God Allah. The Moorish Science Temple of America is a lawfully chartered and incorporated organization. Any subordinate temple that desires to receive a charter, the Prophet has them to issue to every state throughout the United States, etc. that the world may hear and know the truth, that among the descendants of Africa there is still much wisdom to be learned in these days for the redemption of the sons of man, under love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. We, as a clean and pure nation descended from the inhabitants of Africa, do not desire to amalgamate or marry into the families of the pale-skinned nations of Europe, neither serve the gods of their religion, because our forefathers are the true and divine founders of the first religious creed for the redemption and salvation of mankind on earth. Therefore, we are returning the church and Christianity back to the European nations as it was prepared by their forefathers for their earthly salvation, while we, the Moorish Americans, are returning to Islam, which is founded by our forefathers for our earthly and divine salvation. The covenant of the great God Allah, honor thy father and thy mother, that thy days may be longer upon the earth land, which the Lord thy God Allah had given thee. Come, all ye Asiatics of America, and hear the truth about your nationality and birthrights, because you are not Negroes. Learn of your forefathers' ancient and divine creed that you will learn to love instead of hate. We're trying to uplift all of humanity. Come and link yourself with the family of nations. We honor all true and divine prophets. All right, y'all. So I got the link to the Clear Vision scroll pinned up there at the top of the room. That way y'all can join us if you don't have a copy of it. But we gonna jump on right on in here. We're gonna jump right on in, y'all. So let's get to it. It's just me and Jonathan, so we don't have nobody that we could invite to speak for about 15 minutes if they wanted to. But nonetheless, we're gonna get right into it then. So as I was stating, you will not know what the Moors think, the information that they have to give, unless you come in and read the information as we just read. That's the divine constitution and bylaws from the prophet and the Holy Qur'an Circle 7. Does the prophet talk about the creator, the cradle of civilization? Yes, the prophet mentions the cradle of civilization and specifically talks about the Canaanites. Why? For those that have read the scriptures, know that the original Canaanites are the original people, not the Canaanites, the pale-skinned Canaanites that descended from Canaan. The original inhabitants of that land of Canaan were indigenous peoples that gave birth to your aboriginal Canaanites. And they gave birth to more aboriginal people. So we're gonna get into this Clear Vision scroll here. We left off on chapter 2 last week, so we're gonna pick up chapter 3. But people would know these things if they join the temple to know that the prophet mentions that us being Moors, some refer to us as black, melanated, etc. We're not here to divide people based on the social terms they decide to use. But when it comes to a matter of law and politics, it's an important thing that you be on the right track. Same way that the Democrats and the Republicans beef over certain points. Some the Democrats are on point about, some the Republicans are on point about. And for sure, the Republicans are on point about which which political group was heavy supporters of racism. Not to say there's not any racist Republicans or prejudice-based Republicans. There's many different factions of everything between those different political parties. The same way you have your different Moors who are into different information. We honor all true and divine prophets. So you have Moors that are into different doctrines, different parts of different sciences. And here, branch temple number 24, the Moorish Science Temple of America, we like to deal with the core science, which is considered the science of science. You have some that focus more on astrology. You have some that focus more on numerology, other things. Some even go off the deep end and say the prophet didn't establish a statehood for us, which we know enough if you really tend enough to the science and really understand how to utilize it. Then yeah, you will see the prophet was excellent in establishing a statehood, which today you have HR 0689. The prophet did what needed to be done to establish that statehood of us being a sovereign theocratic governmental body politic, to where it benefits everyone across the world now at this point. You have the Philippines that celebrate the Moors in the Moro land, meaning the original Philippines, the indigenous inhabitants of the Philippines, which we know were Negroid based, scientifically speaking. So you're not gonna know what the Moors teach unless you bring your butt into the temple, especially the science about the indigenous people here of North America. Because for those that see themselves as natives, indigenous, aboriginal, Indians, etc., you should understand that there is part of the doctrine that specifically say and mentions the indigenous peoples of America and how we are indigenous here to America, how we're still considered and classified lawfully as Moorish people before we was given a name from who you all would consider the conqueror. We would all consider Christopher Columbus as the conqueror. I was watching the show and it stated that it has some involvement with extraterrestrials and space travel, alien stuff, all that stuff. And they still mention how in this quote how even Columbus knew that when he was approaching where he was going, he knew he was still dealing with humans. He knew it was humans involved. He knew that he was approaching humans, so he knew that it was indigenous peoples, native peoples of that land already there before they approached. So there was people there before Columbus even got there. And the indigenous people of that land, as it stated in his records, in his logs, they had to show him around. Those native peoples had to show him around. So we're gonna get into this clear vision, because that's what our people need to have. Need to have some clear vision going on here. So chapter 3 this week is kind of a read, so we're gonna get through it though. But it is worth it. But you wouldn't know what the Moors teach unless you actually dived into it. And a lot of our people that we end up listening to in our search for knowledge, they're basing things based on their idealism and their opinion. If you do not get into science yourself, study these sciences yourself, study the tectonic plates, these things yourself, then you're not gonna have a real recollection on your own. What's up, kid? You're not gonna have a real recollection of the science on your own, and it's gonna be the blind continuously leading and following the blind. It's this is the end result. So while we're battling and fighting, or being influenced to battle and fight over which continent came first, this, that, and the third, we're gonna get into that as we go into our readings and this message this week. We're gonna kind of get into that. All right, so as y'all know, we begin our acts and thinking by using the all. This is chapter 3 or 103, called Ablution of Tefnut. Ablution means purification, washing your butt, washing, going through the baptismal. All right, what we call wudu. So let's get into it. Listen to reason. We supplicate and wash our bodies in the name of the deities, El Kalum, Nupu, Patemta, Papua, that we may be guided and that we may walk in the places amongst the best of people. Contemplation on a meaningful communion with who? H.U, who? The source of the sun verses, El Kum. As a Cosmosian or Neo, you will learn to meditate, Talu. It means deep and sustained thinking or attention upon an ideal or a problem. It may signify a state of uninterrupted silence and solitude, or a state of profound tranquility. To some, meditation can be very mysterious and mystical thing. Remember, Neos, that there is no such thing as their story, only his story, which he says of us, his story, and mystery, which we say of us. When the Tamahus, meaning Caucasians, Europeans, or three ether beings, is making reference to the story of the original indigenous woolly-haired Moors, flesh and blood beings of this planet, they refer to it as history, meaning his story. And when making reference to their story, it's called mystery, my story. When channeling, all Neos will need a istilat, sajud, meaning meditation rub, for better communication with El Kalum or Padnatir Shinaturu, or all nature united, when you're connecting with the all. We pitch novas, which is another term for us, a more scientific term, a scientific name for us as a people, whether you call yourself Nubians, Wabians, Israelites, etc. Scientifically, or even Negroid, Caucasoid, and Mongoloid, scientifically, we now, as Nuologists, classify our people, indigenous people, globally and off the planet, as Pitchnovians. We Pitchnovians were the first to set up ritual ceremonies, initiations, temples, chapels, and lodges that later became churches, synagogues, and mosques. We Pitchnovas were the first to respect nature as a whole and set up symbolism for recognition for each living being and thing. We have been duplicated, perpetuated, imitated, but never replicated. Many have borrowed from us and set up great institutions pretending to the world that they don't know or remember their source. Allah, the source. Continuing on by reciting this affirmation before all communications with El Natir Shinatiru and our appointed deity Atunri, our Tammuz, and Yahshua HaMashiach of 2,000 years ago. In Hebrew, or Ibri, now called Rashuael, or Christ Jesus. So this is the affirmation that you recite before connecting with Sananda, Tammuz, who they affectionately call Jesus Christ, which from a neurological perspective to us is the earth deity, the deity of the earth, similar to Geb and many other deities from different cultures that have their earth-based deity. So as it states, O deity of all deities, Yanatiru Shilku Pa Netarat, you all are the nature above all nature. You all are life above all life. We are here each day and night to pray that you all will protect and guide us through all times. Meditating as a family is wonderful, especially when all members of the family join in and participate. We advise meditation for children who are up to at least 12 years old. Here is the Istabdal, meaning the supplication for our ablution system. So this is our system of washing, cleansing. So we state, as it states, I will wash myself with Ta, or earth's pure mu, water, so that I may go before the ray, the sun, and the deities with a clean body and a pure heart. Now we recite the supplication for cleaning our feet, which stands on the earth. You wash the left side of your body first, as our ancient Tamarayans did. Our ancestors taught that the left side of the body is the pure side of the body, which is the side the heart is located on the left side. This was their reason for washing the left side first. The Muslims and Christians teach you to always use your right hand to wash, eat, etc. Yet they never gave you a reason why. Everything that we, the ancient Tamarayans, did have a reason. Tamarayans, ancient Egyptians, or before the ancient Egyptians. So as you begin the washing system, you start with your left hand and left foot. The following reciting is for washing of the feet, and it states, I wash my feet in the name of the deities that I may be guided to walk only in the best of places among the best of people. After reciting the supplication for washing the feet, we then remove our shoes, socks, or stockings and wash our feet between each toes, beneath the toe and nails, and up to the ankle, making it sure that there's no dirt between the toes or the toenails. If you have a foot odor, clean your foot until the odor is gone. Then make sure your feet are dry before going into Pa Istalat Berba, the meditation temple. After washing your feet, you rinse your hands and rub the all scented lotion or any kind of lotion to keep your feet moisturized and prevent dryness, cracking, and odors. Then we recite the supplication for washing the mouth. I wash this mouth in the name of the deities that may guide my, I wash my mouth in the name of the deities that my tongue may be guided to speak only that which is true. This is preceded by washing our mouths, rinsing it with water 3 times, or with mouthwash as you please, making sure there's no food, bacteria, or bad odor. You can also use toothpaste and a toothbrush, if you please. Then you rinse your hands. The next procedure is reciting the supplication for washing the nose, which is, I wash my nose in the name of the deities, so that the scent that enters my nose is only the sweet scent of all, that is from the presence of the deities. This is proceeding by putting water up our nostrils and blowing it out to make sure our nostrils are clear of mucus, boogers, and other debris. Then we rinse our hands again. Please don't try to drown yourself. Afterwards, we say the supplication for washing the face, which is, I wash my face and ears in the name of the deities, that all that I may face are faithful and true, and that all that I hear is the truth. This is preceded by washing our face with water, making sure all around our eyes, beneath the ears, and all around the ears are clean. If you're wearing earrings, remove them and clean the pierced hole. You can use a Q-tip or cotton swab for cleaning your ears if you wish. Then we say the supplication for washing our hands, which is, I wash my left hand to wash away all the impurities that have come upon me. And I wash my right hand to wash away all the impurities that have come upon me, that have come to me. Starting with our left hand first, washing between each finger and under the nails, making sure that there is no dirt under the nails. Then wash the right hand in the same manner. You can use antibacterial soap if you wish after you have completed washing your hands. Rub them with the all lotion or any kind of lotion to keep them moisturized. Then we check our clothes to make sure there is no dirt or debris. We also check our hair and our beards, if we wear one, to make sure that they are clean. Finally, we rewash our hands and scent them with the all scent. Thus, we have completed our washing for meditation and prayer, in which we recite Pa Kabas Istabha, which states, I have come before the deities wearing an unclean body, and I have washed to purify this body, so that I may leave clean in body and mind. I have washed myself in the name of the deities, so that when I enter this supplication, I enter as a baby enters into the world, free of its impurities. Listen to reason. Our Netira, Tifnut, deity of moisture and symbolic of water and the circulatory system. The word Tamarayan, the Tamarayan word, tef, means to spit or to expectorate. Also Nut, which is symbolic of the sky deity and the uterus in Gadum, or ancient Tamaray. Nut is also the daughter of Tefnut, who gave birth to Geb, meaning deity of earth. She is the consort and wife of Shu, meaning deity of air, who both are children of the Netir Atumre. The third Adam is Anshar, deity of the foremost heavens, and Kishar, deities of the foremost firmaments. Remember, the firmaments were separated in the heavens. In ancient Egypt, they are known as Kek, meaning deity of darkness, and Keket, deities of darkness. The deities of the Pyro-Pygmies, called Serku and Serke, the personification of all flesh and blood everywhere. Listen to reason. All Neos should be aware of the functions of the circulatory system in the body. It will help all devotees understand and communicate with that part of their being. The circulatory system is considered to be the transportation network within the body, for it is the system that transports the necessary food and oxygen to the cells and carries away the cells' waste products. Materials entering and leaving the cells are carried in the blood through a closed system of blood vessels, the arteries, veins, and capillaries. Blood is continuously pumped through the body by a muscular organ, the heart. The circulatory system is a closed system, which means that the blood ordinarily does not leave the system. Rather, it is pumped through the body in a continuous circuit. The circulatory system is divided into two subsystems or pathways that are independent of each other. One subsystem, the pulmonary circulation, is the pathway of blood flow between the heart and the lungs. The other system is the systematic circulation, is the pathway of blood flow between the heart and all parts of the body. So the old wise saying stands as truth. Blood is thicker than water. Listen to reason. As the precept goes, a family who prays together stays together. A family who reads together succeeds together. And also teamwork makes the Nubian nation, or our unified Pitchnovian nation, dream work. What time is it? Pitchnova Imperial time. Giving each Nunibus the power, meaning elite of nature, Nunibus meaning elite, or Nunibu meaning elite of nature. And that's Nun Nebu. So you have the word Nun and Nebu, the messenger of true light. Giving each Nunibu the power to make dreams become relative and an absolute reality. We Cloud9 beings have the power to transform, transfigure, and transmute our outer and inner realities for ourselves and those alike. Water was and still is a key element in all ceremonies, especially for ablution or spiritual cleansing
before and after any ritual or ceremony. Hydrogen is the mother of elements of all things in absolute nature. The Webster College Dictionary defines hydrogen as a flammable, colorless, gaseous chemical element and the lightest of all known substances. It receives its title from a French chemist named L.B. Goutin de Morat, taken from the Greek word hydur, in correspondence to the Greek deity Hydra, the nine-headed serpent or Apep, murdered by Hercules or Haru, one of his 12 laborers, also symbolic of a long S constellation between Cancer and Libra, the largest constellation in this galaxy. Hydra is the spirit of any persistent or ever increasing evil with many sources and its causes. In the King James Version of the Bible, it is referred to as the Dagon, as the dragon, Revelations 12:9, Leviathan, Psalms 74:14, Dagon, Joshua 15:41, and also Legion, Luke 8:30. Notice also in the word hydrogen is the word jinn, meaning to be born. It can also mean to produce something and also the basic information of something. In correspondence with the Arabic word jinn for disagreeable amber-like beings, from its root word Jan, who is Merlin or Lucifer, etc., the master genie of the amber-like beings, or six ether forces called Leviathan and Rahab, spiritually called Rahoah. Leviathan, or Amam in ancient Egypt, is a sex force as well as a spell of amnesia or sleep for nine ether beings. To break the spell, you must also spell it out. Listen to reason. Three ether forces and their counterparts are extracted from six ether forces, which is nine ether in its death. After three ether dies out, nine ether is resurrected again. The master teacher was preparing devotees, or muklasina, to overstand densities. In Webster's College Dictionary, definitionary, density means compact, difficult to get through, penetrate, etc. It also means one is slow to understand. Stupid, in other words, like being called stupid, taking us further along on our journey, and as we begin to rise up in density, which in physics is the ratio of mass of an object, its volume, especially the volume of water, and the quantity or number per unit as of area. Listen to reason. Density is the compactness of one's mind, body, and spirit, which all depend on water to exist. The scientific name for water is H2O in its solid state, which is 2 hydrogen and 1 oxygen compounding to form water as we see today. The definition of water in Webster's College Dictionary, or definitionary, is a colorless, transparent liquid. Water, in its gaseous state, is called hydrogen by mundane scientists. In Webster's College Dictionary, hydrogen is defined as a flammable, colorless, odorless, gaseous chemical element, the lightest of all known substances. Symbol H at number 1 on the periodic table. As every adept starts to master the difference between looking and seeing, they will be able to see things like this. Listen to reason. The word hydro in Webster's College Dictionary or definitionary is water, and in Greek it is spelled hydur, which is in direct correspondence to the Greek deity Hydra, which is a derivative of Greek mythology, spelled the same way hydur in the Greek language. Notice the definition for the word jinn, verily short for the word genes. The prefix jinn means to produce something, and also the basic and general information about someone or something. That belonging together by birth, to begat. The word jinn is relative to the word jinn in Arabic, or Seretic, for a smokeless fire, or demon, or three ether ghost spirit. In English, the word for genie, someone who grants wishes to whoever releases or embraces them, which is Merlin, Master Therion, as they call him in the OTO. Genius in Webster's College Dictionary or definitionary means guardian spirit and one's natural ability. The guardian spirit of Jinn is called Jan in Arabic and is referred to as Leviathan in Psalm 74:14 and Lucifer in Isaiah 14:12 in King James Version of the Unholy Bible. There is water in the heavens as stated in El's Holy Torah, Genes of Isis 1:1. During the barter procreation period of the planet Earth, these Elohim Anunnaki reconstructed two places up there in the sky where there is water. The Anunnaki created a quarantine called the firmament between the planets Mercury, Venus, Earth, and Mars, and Neptune, Saturn, Uranus, and Jupiter. It was separated by the Anunnaki Elohim in Genes of Isis, verse 6, in El's Holy Torah, separating the alkaline, Kakael, water from its acidic, Samael, meaning poison those of El, opposite. Each neo or neophyte will begin to see his or her spiritual gifts and powers develop and enhance along our journey back to the all. The 9 spiritual gifts are words of wisdom, words of knowledge, faith, healing, miracles, prophecy, discernment, multilingual or circumcision, control of your tongue, right understanding, sound right reason. And Webster's College Dictionary or definitionary for the word power is the ability to do, act, or produce something. It also means a spirit or a divinity. The Luciferian beings, Anunnaki, are acidic-based beings according to the power of hydrogen, pH. This is why it's important to understand the power of the circulatory system, inhaling and exhaling, and how to understand the basics of divinity and how we have fallen or how we have failed. Dis-ease starts in the mind. Dis meaning to go against. Ease is the simple form for the word easy. Let it be remembered always and let it be known. Anu is not the author of confusion. Alkaline-based beings, Anunnaki, are those angelic beings that exist in a healthy state of mind and realities known as the 3 great realities, Amun, Atum, Atum, or Nasut, Malakut, Lahut, Hika, Sia, Huhi. Adobe of the mortals, angels, and the Most High. Originally, you had what was called Netir Tatin, the 7 senses that activate the 7 higher senses, and even higher until you ascend back into divinity. The powers we have range from telekinesis, which is mind melding, geokinesis, plane crafting, hydrokinesis, aqua metamorphosing, aerokinesis, airbending, pyrokinesis, inflammation control, along with our higher 4 senses, intuition, telepathy, clairvoyance, psychometry. We will realign ourselves to regain our divine powers, gifts, and talents that come along with the jewels of our soul. Let it be remembered always, and let it be known. True peace. So that really speaks a lot to what we're talking about here, because especially with this conversation on which continent came first, and we're holding these domestic titles of the land masses of today up as if it's worth fighting over which land came first, etc., when in actuality the whole land was surrounded in water before there was even a crust or landmass to take claim of. You had beings that lived inside the earth and what you call castles, cities underwater, etc., before any of these continents and the titles that they have today are what they're called today. So technically, life started in the hydrosphere, and we're witnessing through this cycle that we're going through the birth on another layer of the atmosphere called the noosphere. The noosphere, which is the mental layer of the atmosphere. So if we're going to be going back and forth about America's first, Asia's first, this, that, and the third, we really got to get into the science of tectonics for us to really understand what is what, the who, what, where, and the how to these arguments and these guesses. Because when we say Africa or that particular location is the cradle of civilization, yes, it may be after that great earthquake. It may have been floods for others. We know that when you look into ancient Antarctica, there may have been life there. It's not a possible thing. It's an actual thing. Yeah, it was actual life there. On the north ice caps and the southern ice caps. Of course, we know about Admiral Nimitz and him going in, his logins about going into the earth, inside the earth. You have that, but you also have the information about the tectonics. You also have the science about the tectonic plates. So if we're going to get into talking about, well, America's first, and in reference to the land, you have to understand that before the North American continent was called North America, it was called a few other things. One of those names is Laurasia. And then you have Laurasia that came later. But America was still connected to Brazil and Africa. Brazil was a part of Africa. These supercontinents, you had these supercontinents before you have these continents of what we have today. But as I'm saying, there was water there first. So first you came out of the water. But what was being missed is Gondwana actually makes up South America. North America was connected to Laurasia. It was connected to Laurasia. So when we talk about us being these ancient people, the Asiatic people, and we get into that conversation about Tartaria, Atlantis, Mu, all these land masses that fell, your DNA is not just solely from America, especially if you are an older spirit or an older soul. We have to get into the science of things before we just try to put everyone in the same box in America. Oh, you're not from America because you have blood that go back to here. When in actuality, everyone on the planet has moved. This is one of the laws of nature. Nothing rests. So everything vibrates, moves, has color, has sound. So everything travels. It just didn't stay in one location. Even if you are a people that settle in certain locations, you first, as humans, as humanoids, came out of the water. And of course you traveled while being in the water. And you have these other continents that was here in formation before America was. So if we're going further back enough, which once you get into 100,000 of years on up, you're talking about continents being shifted. You're talking about things being shifted. I heard someone mention in one of the diatribes is that America has the oldest fossils, and we have yet to produce anything in America outside of thousands of years, when the cradle of civilization has things that go well into the millions, if not up to the hundreds of thousands, hundreds of millions of years. Because if you want to kick real knowledge about ancient America, and let alone, like I say, these people calling themselves Indians, which that's what they want to call themselves, fine. But at least know the knowledge that come with it. Do you know that that's a term that Columbus gave the Native Americans here before he knew what they were called? We know that word was replaced legally with the word Moor, or it was replaced from the word Moor. You was referred to as the Morenos of these different land parts, the blacks of these different lands, the indigenous people of these different lands. It didn't matter what your tribe was. You can be whatever tribe you was. You had tribes that go back biblically that are here still to this day. Because we're not getting into the fact that when you go back, even if you dive into the Bible, which they say is only 6,000 years old, there are things that are recorded in that scripture that are older than 6,000 years old. How about that? The reference point from where the speaker may be speaking from is less than 6,000 years old. But the reference points to certain names, titles, events, and things like that that happen. Those things go back into antiquity. Goes back into antiquity. So if you really want to get into who came first, you got to go really look at what was built in ancient India and why you was given the name Indian. Because before Columbus got here, this is one of the land masses that the British conquered, was India. And they look at you as the same people. One of the native tribes, which is considered the royal tribes or the noble tribes of ancient India, is the cities, which is said in Arabic, Sayyid, the Sayyid, As-Sayyid. So when we talk about America's the first everything, they came over here and stole this. No. You really not doing the science. Certain minerals are over there, certain birds, certain animals, certain chemicals, certain substances, minerals are indigenous to India, indigenous to Africa. While as you have things that are here indigenous to America. And you have similarities as well that reflect from these different continents. So this should not even be arguments that we having as a people when it comes down to who we are in modern day terms. Especially when we already go through the division, the divide and the conquer, etc., as indigenous peoples from all shades. From all shades. It doesn't matter. This ancient history is not being told properly, and it's allowed to be put into mythology, and we have a global religion of vanity at this point, if we want to understand. But with actually dealing with just simplicity. Christianity came along, Catholicism came along, and said anything else is considered a cult. Anything else is considered a cult, which actually the word cult is short for culture. So this ancient concept cannot get through to the people that are claiming to be a part of the indigenous. You don't even know your creation story of your tribe. If you're going to teach anything about history and speculate about history, why not do it from the actual ancient tribe that you say you're connected to? For example, I've mentioned many times that I'm connected to what they call the Blackfoot. I know our creation story. I talk about it here from time to time. But like I said, even during those times, our creation story still connects with what the globe understand the creation story to be. Because just like the Dogon, indigenous peoples have been scientific for a very, very long time before so-called scientists and the Europeans went through their enlightenment. So this is in our DNA. So of course, some people DNA only stretches to America. Some of ours, like mine, we're indigenous here to America. We have indigenous American blood. We have blood that's from ancient Asia. We have blood that's from ancient Africa. All across the world. Gondwana land, which is another continent that made up ancient Nuna, which is the supercontinent before ancient Pangea, was connected from Africa, South America, back to Asia. So when we talk about the cradle of civilization and where these things started, even Australia is a part of Gondwana land, ancient Ganawa, as we call it in Nuwabu, Ganawa, ancient Ganawa, the garden, Gan, the garden, Gan, which was a very extensive garden, very extensive. And you had one that was inside, and then you had the outside. So it was very extensive. That stretched all the way to what you would consider the land of Nod. Those people that are in the Bible, if Cain and Abel and all those four individuals were by themselves, because that's how it is written literally, literarily. It is not written to say the Adamites, etc., this, that, and the third, how it's interpreted properly, which is the proper interpretation. Yes, correct. They were called the Adamites. They was called Adam. But where did these land of Nod people come from? They Adamites too? Of course they would have to be Adamites. But there is no Genesis on them. The Genesis is strictly about the original Adam and Eve and that specific one set of people and family. It doesn't talk about how the other families that was there during that time got there. So when we steady going into debate about America's first, America did this, Americans went over to Africa to build. You have people from all over the world building. And they keep mentioning every so-called conspiracist person, person that's considered conspiracy theorists or the people that's looking into alternative knowledge, alternative history, each and every one of them still come back with the same recollection of information and data. And there was flood, there was mud flood, there was earthquakes, etc. These things happen, and something has derived from older, ancient, more intelligent civilizations, but we can't seem to put our finger on it. You have the Darwinists and you have the creationists going back and forth about it with the theologists and you know, in the mix, going back and forth about creation story, about evolution. You got the evolutionists going back and forth about creation, about how these things took place. But if you actually put the two together and bridge the gap between the two, you'll start to see a picture. You start to look into science from the anointed standpoint of where you want to actually be. You want to be connected to the universe. You want to be in tune, higher vibrations, etc. Okay, cool, we get it. Nothing wrong with that. You want to be connected to the divine intelligence that created everything. Definitely nothing wrong with that. But if you do not look at both sides and with both your eyes, you're going to continue to see things as a mental cyclops, a spiritual cyclops. Versus being able to actually see as a seer with your eye that makes the body full of light, and you can see the ancient auras, the ancient history when you walk out and when you drive by and you go and exploring on a day-to-day. So that this connection that's being made between these seekers, these people that are inquisitive of knowledge, ancient history, whatever perspective they may come from. Some might be opposite of what we're talking about here. To some people, philosophically, non-indigenous peoples came before indigenous peoples, which scientifically you still can't prove it. When you start to scientifically calculate all the other things that go into DNA and all those things like that, it's a stretch. It's good to entertain, but this is what they think philosophically based on their biasness, not based on the non-biasness that allows you to see and have your body full of light, because you're looking at the divine reality. You're looking from the perspective of divine reality. You're trying to see things from the perspective of the divine reality. Look at things neurologically, as we say here. This is why we deal with that core science, because every other science is just a part of the systematic way of thinking. It's a part of the mind. All is a part of the mind, which we're going to be going into into the next chapter of the Clear Vision Scroll. That's the link that's pinned at the top of the room. But these are the things that is missed if you don't have the Clear Vision Scroll. Like I just mentioned in chapter 103 or chapter 3, Neos. You'll be able to see things things like what we're talking about, once you master the difference between looking and seeing, listening and hearing. Some people hear you, but they're not listening to you. Some people looking, but they're not seeing. They definitely not seeing. So those that are inquisitive, that are getting into this information, studying it, are not really doing the science. They're not doing the 2 + 2 = 4. Speculating and guessing only going to get you so far if you do not continue down the train of the scientific method, or the neurological method, as we would call it. The who, the what, the where, the when, the where, and how. The nature of, the nature, for etc. So when we get into that, you end up with, hey, so maybe this ancient civilization has something to do with the shifting, the continental drifting of the different people that was here. And scientifically, we have already described the Australopithecine and these different ancient men, such as the Neanderthal, etc. Why not look into these migrations and these scientific perspectives in a form of DNA, and from that facet, so we can align up ancient history with these ancient records for what they actually are saying and what they actually are. Because once you look into the perspective of what they call the Australopithecus, the ancient pygmies or Kenyanites, or however you want to look at that from whatever perspective, those ancient Africans from the cradle of civilization, because that includes the so-called Middle East too, being a part of ancient Africa, ancient Gondwana land, which is an ancient Sanskrit word, which that language, Sanskrit, derives from ancient cuneiform. So that means you have to include languages. Yes, you have to be into the sacred arts of knowledge, studying. It's the art that we discussed last week, last holy day. It's the art behind the divine wisdom, the doctrine of the sound wisdom, the art of how you use it, the art of how you understand it, the art of how you express it. And that science is called neurology, the new logical perspective of thinking, which is indigenous to us indigenous peoples. It's an indigenous science to us indigenous peoples. We are the ontology of ontology, the source of sources. So when you look into this perspective of getting into the languages, the DNA, and you start putting two and two together. Wait, okay, so these people derive from this people, this culture derived from that culture, and you start to connect the dots. Okay, so I see Samaria and Egypt, they shared this, that, third. So where did all these things come from? Because I'm still finding evidence of ancient civilizations before so-called Egypt, before so-called Sumeria, before so-called Lemuria, etc. And then you have records of the Sumerians telling you about a group of beings called the Anunnaki. You have record of the Hebrews telling you about a group of beings, because that's what it means, these beings. So that means it's plural, called the Elohim. You have the Native Americans talking about the Thunderbirds, the Kachinas, the Omari, the Orisha in Africa. So there's civilizations and cultures of what you call the gods. Call them the gods. And in Greece, they're called the Olympians, the Titans. So what was their culture? What was their life like? They're considered the gods. So they had to have land masses that they roamed on. And if it was before Greece, if it was before Africa, if it was before Samaria, Lemuria, what was these places called? And if we go back into real antiquity, you had these supercontinents that I'm talking about here today, going back to ancient Nuna. Nuna is an Inuit word from the indigenous people of North America and Canada, and getting into all that. up there. And the Inuit people, guess what? They're connected to the ancient Sumerian people, because the word Inuit is derivative of the word Anu. Inu, Anu, N, E-N-I-N, you. You look at the words, you see the same the same logo frames in the logo phrases in the language. Even if you go back to ancient Peru and look at ancient Peru, the history of Peru and what they talk about with Peru, they have historians documenting the creation of the Anunnaki, visiting them. You have the Java man in ancient, there go the doctor. You have the Java man in ancient Indonesia. We've been waiting on you, Doc. We've been here. Ride by. True peace. So we have the Java man, and they talk about blue-eyed beings that was a part of a whole nother land. I think the term was the word was Manadapa, something like that. I can't remember exactly. We gotta go back into my studies. But there was land that was there. A whole island fell during the time of the flood. Rabat Shihagatel. There was a whole land. Happy holiday, Noble. Happy holiday, y'all. That was a land that was there before we even get into these other modern day cities and towns that we have today. And there's this ancient language that only they spoke in ancient India that only could be referenced by the high priest there. And it's supposed to be real rare for any of the high priests in ancient India to recognize the actual language, because it's not a part of the other tribal dialects of Sanskrit. So that means that you have to go back in time and actually look into the tectonic movements of the planet. So as I was saying, this leads you back to Gondwana land. And the connection between what we call in ancient Africa, Ganawa. So the word means the forest of the people. It meant the forest of the people. It meant the forest of the people, or the forest of the hills. Like the mounds. So when we really get into it, like I say, you're making reference to ancient Ghana, ancient Gan, the garden. That ancient garden that was very, very vast. And of course, we have to talk about these beings that are of higher intelligence that came in and assisted with creation. Because if we can fathom the fact that there's extraterrestrial minerals, languages, and things like that that have been discovered on the planet, still to this day, you have intelligences, organisms, things like that that are coming through the atmosphere all the time. So how naive will we be to doubt or leave out the factor that these gods that they're talking about played a part in our creation story, in our development, our evolutionary development, as humans as we walk upon the planet Earth today. So it's silly to be debating about the Moors lied to us, the Africans betrayed us, and these debates that we come up with for propaganda and attention. Do the work, do the scientific work, look into these things, look into this knowledge. Then you'll have a better perspective instead of just trying to guess. You can stand on your own 2 feet with the knowledge, debate it, of course. You should question everything. Everything is up for questioning. But you would know because you did the science on your own 2 fingers. You did the 2 + 2 = 4 on your own 2 fingers. And you can join those that are on the same page. Nothing to argue about. That's can see, hey, if I put 2 fingers on one hand, 2 fingers on the other, I'm going to have 4 fingers up. It's just that simple. But spiritually, we're out of whack, we're out of loof with all these different following these different hadiths, traditions of men, idealisms, etc., whatever it may be. And it falls to the short end of the stick because you're never going into the science of Earth. How old is Earth? Some scientists say it's billions years old. It's billions of years old. 5 billion. 5 billion. How about 24 billion by us? And going back to other names for the planet like Tiamat and Tiawawa. Before you had this planet, which was an orbital aquarium, an aquatic orb that beings exist on and in. They was in the waters. So the Bible got it right, in some parts. Just can't throw the baby out with the bathwater. Master T say keep your Bibles, keep your Qur'ans, and keep your scriptures, because you're gonna need them to make reference to them. You're gonna have to go back to the Bhagavad Gita. You're gonna have to go back to the Bhagavad Gita. Because whether we like it or not, Enki may have nominated who you call Yahshua HaMashiach or Tammuz, but he was appointed by the all as well, too, to be the caretaker for the planet. So yeah, you may have your Nimrods, yeah, you may have your other civilizations that are in our sacred records that say these people built the Patra, the temples and pyramids in China. There was a lot of building outside the awareness of the caretaker, or not necessarily the awareness, but the guidelines of the caretaker, as far as cultural wise. And they still built great civilizations. But what we miss along the lines, like Nimrod did, is you can go direct to the divine creator with no intercessors or intermediaries, but you still must respect them. Because even if you consider yourself an Anunnaki or Gibori, such as Nimrod, and as he did, you still have to respect the host, these appointed hosts, whether they are of the class of Seraphim, the class of Cherubim, etc. You still have to respect them and respect their work that they have been appointed to and put in. So we have people like Ben Carson saying that Enlil is who you call Satan, and the one that people make reference to that was playing these God games with the people This is how you know you have to be careful with what you're just hearing from some, from some that really do not dive into the culture, the language, the times, and actually get into the scholarship of this knowledge. Because we was groomed very well as Nulogists, as Pitchnovians, as Nuwabians, those of the Nebuwah in ancient Arabic. Dr. Malachi Yor did not just come with the Nebuwah out his butt crack. Noble Drew Ali didn't just come with the doctrine of sound wisdom. Islamicism, the ism, the only ism that we should follow and pay attention to, which is Islamicism and equalism, is tied into the ancient view of the order of peace, of divine order, the doctrine of sound wisdom, based on the doctrine of sound wisdom. Which is why I said we got to go into things from a new logical perspective. But I'm gonna close out and we're gonna jump into two current events so we could get back ahead of time. Like I said, I'm gonna drop, kick that science this week, drop some science on y'all this week, and we're gonna make sure to keep ringing the bell on it, keep blowing the trumpet on it, because it needs to be heard. You got a lot of people that parakeet from they high horse and have no clue what they be talking about, and it's hurtful to hear and see our people gravitate toward these things and these movements, and they really don't know the origins of them. They really don't know the origin of the Pan-Indian movement, or the Pan-American movement. A lot of them don't know the origin of the Pan-African movement and its actual purpose. You have some people that actually think the Pan-African movement was a bad thing. You have some people that don't know the origin of the Pan-American movement and its connection to the indigenous peoples. And the rebirthing of it, which happened in the year 2012 or something like that, or around that time, the rebirthing of it, which had nothing to do with the actual original indigenous peoples. You had people that was trying to hijack the Pan-American movement, and to hear the knowledge and the mentality of those that consider themselves American Indians, which is synonymous with saying American Negro. Today, the movement has been hijacked. Same way with the Nuwabians. Same way with some of what you consider the Nation of Islam. The concepts, the direction it was going, it has been hijacked. And much respect to the Nation of Islam. But for those that really done their due diligence research, we know good and well. We know good and well some of the things that happened. But it's not that we were told to turn a blind eye. We were told to remember to forgive our brothers and sisters, to give our people and give each other grace. Because we work still to this day hand in hand with the Nation of Islam. And there's been a lot of things that has been done that have been what would be considered counterintelligent to the direction we're supposed to be going in as a people, as a movement. But we got to get our head back on the swivel and pay attention to these diversions and these divisive tricks of technology that keep us off the pivot. So you had those. True peace, Noble Brian. I ain't expect you to see you, Noble. True peace. I'm glad you just popped on in. I know you don't be getting the notifications. Well, you should now since you done logged on in. Doc say these beings is confused. Well, get ready, because we gonna lay the precursor. We laying the precursor down for that, because that's why I'm going in like I'm going in today. I don't want to go over 9 o'clock like we're supposed to, but I'm about to open the floor for current events and get into our next segment, so that way we can open the floor up, get some contributions from everybody. But like I said, we got to keep our head on the swivel and pay attention to the counterintuitive measures. We have the Nulogy doctrine, the noon science as they call it, which is also called the true light, but simple and plain, in a universal way to communicate it in layman terms. Simply, it is called the sound wisdom, the doctrine of sound wisdom. It's simple. That connects you to all cultures on this planet. You should be able to communicate and speak and connect with anybody from any background, any race, any religion, especially if their culture, religion, traditions are based on the doctrine of sound wisdom, which, as I say here all the time, all lands, all civilizations, all across the global village, all across the world are connected to peace. With that, true peace. We're going to open the floor. I'm going to do a quick reset. Welcome to Branch Temple number 24 of the Moorish Science Temple of America. We are a global branch temple of the Moorish Science Temple of America. We're teaching our people their nationality and their divine creed, that they may learn to love instead of hate. Come link yourself with the family of nations by clicking that block of words at the top that says World Temple, and join us in our mission to uplift fallen humanity. With that, we're going to get into our current events for this week. The floor is open. If y'all got questions, y'all got anything y'all want to contribute, share, feel free to do so. First, I want to start out with the good news. We are almost monetized, y'all. So if y'all go ahead and click on our YouTube channel, jump in our YouTube channel, which I'm about to pin that link at the top of the room here for this segment. Please do so, because all we need is 300 more subscribers and we will be monetized, y'all. We'll be monetized. So that means every week we come here in the temple, all the content that we create from the temple that's gonna be getting uploaded to YouTube is gonna be monetized. Gonna be getting paid for it, getting to the shmoney for it. So we gonna be receiving the value due from the work that we're doing, from our time here, which has been long planned for, long thought out. And happy holy day once again to everybody that's here. True peace, Noble Jonathan. True peace, Dr. Idris. True peace, Noble Brian. True peace, brother or sister Kadesh at the bottom. I see you. And if you want to come on top, all you got to do is click the block of words at the top that says World Temple if you want to join us and speak. That way we making sure we protect the room, where that we have only members of the temple, of the house, on stage, and we make it a joyous and tranquil space. So with that, y'all, floor is open. Let's get into it. What y'all want to talk about? We're gonna do this for about 30 minutes, and then we're gonna get into our Quran readings and close out with the holy instructions and our mandatory literature. True peace, y'all. Happy holy day.
True peace. Yeah, I'd like to add to what you had said for the service today, involving information. Like some of my perceptions and views have been cultivated from a bunch of different theories and views that I've learned from being online for such a long time. And then before that, I took a world religions class in college and whatnot. And so it's really important now for people to kind of start gathering over information that actually resonates based in truth. And sometimes the truth is stranger than fiction, as they say. And for me, I'm split. I got that 50-50 indigenous, 50-50 white kind of life that I've been living here since being born in the U.S. And with that, I kind of get the insight of how there's kind of seemingly two different dichotomies going on, and they're both kind of saying the same thing, but they're at just different time periods. And it's like we're dealing with waves of views and energies that just have to find that equality, and a lot of it has to do with the information. And like for me, like I look at Cain and Abel as being like two different groups of people, your herders and your agriculturalists, and it was not talking about two guys, but who am I gonna have around me that agrees with me on that? And if there's people that I might think disagrees with me and thinks of it the old way, oh no, they were two different people, then I'm all over the place, when really I'd rather find that peace and that ability to enjoy the peace with others, and that is the representation of truth. So I guess to end, what I was saying here is the technology is bringing in the saturation of information, and books that brought me here to this temple were like Lineage of the Codes of Light, but it goes into the kind of these stories that you get in the Bible or in these different teachings in almost a mythos-oriented way, but it'll give a glimpse into the almost seemingly fictional aspect of reality that has truth based on water and light and vibrations. And I'm gonna leave it there. True peace. Thank you for hearing me.
No, thank you for the contribution, bro. I mean, this is today's politics. You have Democrat, you have Republican, and like I said earlier, you have your evolutionists and your creationists. The list goes on. But if we find divine in the middle that connects us all, you can see that you can see the true light within that, and the truth is what sets us free. Not my truth, this my truth, and this facts can belong to you as an individual, but the truth belongs to nobody. And everybody has a piece to this puzzle. The narrative that we keep running with, especially down these hallways of Clubhouse, see, did the Moors lie to us? Is we African? Is we American? Is we this? Is we that? Is the Hebrew Israelites cult? I'm saying things like that, and we're not finding the actual grounded information. Really getting into the grounded information that connects us all. And if we understand things from proper perspective, and we're being taught from a proper perspective, that keeps us out the direction that we were not supposed to go in as a people. We weren't supposed to be dealing with, going back and forth and bickering like some of the groups do here, beating people up with knowledge. That's not what this is here for. If some people don't live the lifestyle you live, and they live the culture that you live, that's fine and dandy from them. But once you start projecting death and things like that, hatred towards them, and you have no understanding of what they understand, how they live life, then you also, being the person who's beating them up the head with the book, you separate yourself from the whole divine connection purpose in the first place. Because one of the ancient proverbs is agree with your adversary quickly. You find that today in law, in the Uniform Commercial Code, with stand and honor. They refer to it as, acceptance for value and stuff like that, which is not what it's really called. It's just called an acceptance. You accept it. Some things could be in a conditional, can be a conditional acceptance. I conditionally accept what you're saying. For other things, I would have to see some proof of it. I can't fathom it right now. I got to see proof later on. But conditionally, just for the sake of the conversation or argument, or as some people like to get into debate, I conditionally accept. But what I'm speaking on, and how what Jonathan is saying, that's the concept of probating. We're here to benefit. We're here to maintain that peace from any encounter that we meet, even if, like I said earlier, it's the opposite perspective from a whole nother dichotomy of what's being stated. And that's what we continue to run into. I'm not gonna be sitting here arguing with Hebrew Israelites all day, over the fact that, you have Hebrew and you got Israelite, and Hebrew comes from Abraham, Israelite comes from Jacob. So, if you go all the way back, Adam was technically the first chosen. So if we're classifying ourselves as anything, we would all be of great the great nation of Adam, the dominion that was given to Adam itself, and then on down to Abraham or Ibrahim or Abraham, which would be the father of nations. So, you end up with, all these different perspectives. But if we actually get into, like I said, the truth of it, or get into that underlying factor of looking at the information for yourself. Don't believe me. Go check these things out instead of listening to your guru or whoever the so-called, motivator is, the influencer is behind your ideological thinking. Because if somebody could pinpoint that you're thinking in an ideological fashion, you want to step back and be like, oh, wait a minute. I need to look further for myself. I need to go in deeper for myself. This is all the master teacher, affectionately called Dr. Malachi York-El, and other names. This is all he was pointing out. This is all he was simply pointing out. Then you had others who came along, they added to the doctrine with other things that they seen from their, from their particular angle. But what we are supposed to do as people of the Nebuah, is really look into the information. That word just means seer, from Arabic back to Hebrew. It's the same word. Nabu, Naba in Hebrew, and Nebo in ancient Chaldean, Assyrian, Akkadian, etc. So there was the people of the Naba going all the way back to Ishmael. Before Ishmael, you had the people that was given the knowledge and the commandments going all the way back to Adam, and getting into who came before Adam, as we talked about here. Some people want to know what was the culture, what was the things that they was getting into before that. It's still those same words that connect with Adam, and you start to see how all these stories connect from these different people. But like I say, simply today, that's politics, that's Republican and Democrat. So for instance, you're gonna have, a lot of people that was Democratic during this time frame start to move toward being Republican, especially with the music that's coming out this, these past couple months, and just recently, a lot of things that's been happening with the indictment with Donald Trump, and getting into the factor that we have to remember that all of them that are in that light practice some form of elitism, some form of, aristocracy. So we have to keep that also in mind. True peace, Doc. You trying to chime in? I don't know if that was you coming up.
Nah, I'm being patient. You're still driving the point, so I'm listening.
No. I was gonna land or yield with that because I wanted to touch on, Don's point, but bring it back to, just the center theme of what we here to discuss in this segment with the current event, things that are happening currently right now. Any news I want to spread, put out there, talk about,
So,
whatever you get into. True peace. Go ahead.
I thought, true peace. So I seen something on, and I made a reposting of it because I see the confusion, right, occurring, with, especially with the so-called technological advancements of deception, with AI and CGI, all these other acronyms of deception that they're creating. And it was a post, and you also mentioned something relative to it too, as we are the seers. The seers. So it was a post on the media platform of the IG, and I reposted it, showing, and in the first part of that post, it had the Bill Snakes dude talking about, a new pandemic and so forth, and that there's going to be one, right? Because they have to push the new fear factor agenda, right? But here's the thing: it wasn't even really him sitting there in this so-called interview making these statements. They were using the deep fake CGI AI so-called technologies of deception to make it appear as if this guy is the one sitting there having an interview with this other dude and he's making these statements and expressions. But it's like, if you look closely, being one of few seers, if you look closely, you can see that mess was fake. It wasn't even a real. It was a artificiated skit and clip made to, and then it had other clips from other varying things used to push the fear factor agenda of the quote next pandemic, which they're calling Sears 2025. Now I mentioned this before in a couple builds, and I mentioned it on there. We are the seers. We are the next pandemic, because we are the pandemic or virus to them as the 2025, or as those 9-mind individuals, for those who understand numerology. 2 plus 2 is 4, plus 5 is 9. And the seers are of the 9-mind, or the 9 sciences, the true seers, even though they have an acronym for the SEER, so-called virus or pandemic, in that quote future year of 2025. But I bring that up as far as quote news, or that which should be awareness, because that's one of my titles, Real News 999. And so, to be aware of the confusion or the suggestions of confusion that is going to be put out there, or is being put out there, to push the fear energy. You know what I mean? Because those lower high vibrational, or those low ranking vibrational beings, feed off of the fear energies of beings in the flesh. When your adrenaline gets running up and your being begins to emit certain energetic patterns that they feed off of outside of the fleshly elements like adrenochrome and all that other mess that they feed on, gets, pumped and juiced up, if I should say, when they steroid your fear energies. So, don't fall for the shenanigans and the buffoonery of those intelligent idiots who, they on the other side. You feel what I'm saying? Just like all of these motions of change that are coming about, that are being experienced abroad with weatherizing. And, let's not give power so much to the adversary in trying to brag and hype his so-called technological advancement. Yeah, he do got some skills. You feel what I'm saying? But he ain't got more skills than Mother Earth. You know what I mean? Mother Earth as a living organism, just as we have biorhythmic measures of our being, our flesh is a product of Mother Earth as well, being in her form and likeness. You know what I'm saying? So Mother Earth does experience cyclical, periodic shifts. And just like you would get tired of somebody probing your being with needles, taking your elements of nutrients and lifeblood matrix out of you, so the Earth will get tired of that mess too. Them drilling and taking her oil matrix out of her and so forth. eventually she gonna get tired of it and shake things up. You feel what I'm saying? She gonna get tired of it and bust volcanoes on bugs' heads too. She gonna get tired of it and send her hot winds and her winds of torrent or torrent winds of hurricane and tornadoes and shake things up too. Her water's gonna get tumultuous and moving and wash away crap too. You feel what I'm saying? So some stuff is just in a measure of intended prophetic doom that is coming to pass, and you either prepared for it or you not. You know what I mean? And that ain't me pushing no fear. That's me telling you the really real of what has happened and is happening and will continue to happen up to a grand climatic point of experience as the solar maxims of our brother sun Ra intensifies and Mother Earth responds geomagnetically accordingly. And we respond geomagnetically or magnetically accordingly as well.
I was wanting to get you in here a little bit earlier when we open up, because on Fridays, right when I after I do the opening and I do the reading, I'm looking for those that want to speak. You know, as long as you an official member of the temple, and like I said last week, you got something on your heart, you need a transmission that's coming through you from the source, from the Ruach, that you need to get out there. Go ahead, feel free to do so. All we ask is just keep the time frame between at least 15 minutes speaking time, at maximum. That way, we can make room for other speakers that want to speak. Because, as I mentioned, like I said earlier, the content is on YouTube. The link is pinned up at the top of the room. All we need is 300 more subscribers, and we will be monetized. So, please be aware, as I say all the time, we are recording, and people will be hearing you, later on in a future date, especially those that's going to want to dissect who we are, what we about, and, what we into, what doctrine we follow, and, all these, things that we have prepared ourselves for. And, we understand it comes with the territory when you take up the mission. So with that, I know we talked about the Maui thing last week too as well, but really wasn't much detail, and it was only me and Brother Noble Jonathan here, so we couldn't really dive too deep. But I know there's still stuff that's coming out from what I've been kind of seeing through the scrolling of social media. Only thing I can really pick up is same trick in the bag is they trying to displace the indigenous people there and capitalize on the land grab that took place for that. If y'all got any feedback on that,
Yeah, true priest. Let me add. Oh, well, does anybody else? Hold on. I don't want to be rude.
nah, go ahead, chime in.
Please go. Yeah.
Okay, so my research relative to this Maui thing and the agenda of and the continued agenda of our common adversaries generalizing, you know what I mean, the quote societal setup, as they set the stage for it is this month or this coming month of September and the month of October. This coming month they're having the digital government summit in Maui, Hawaii, as well as the following month, they're having the Systems Man Cybernetic Conference at the Hyatt Regency Resort, which wasn't destroyed by the fire, mind you, purposely. And so the whole intent with the land grab, like we saw with the lady Oprah, who has a lot of money and land invested in Maui, as well as other places that have other peoples, so-called peoples that have acquired much land in Maui as well as the open the gate. He about to roll out because he got to head out. But they have land abundantly bought in. Opening the gate. He about to leave. They have land abundantly bought in Maui. A great measure of intent is that being the stage set for the corporate U.S. Conglomerate to have the initial quote first smart city set up, where everything of its measures of operations are, digitally operated. You can look that up because I'm not in a position at the moment to be trying to post a link or whatnot. But if you look on Google, you GTS that the Digital Governance Summit in Maui, September. Those could be your keywords. And then the System Man Cybernetic or the IEEE conference in October in Maui as well. That will lead you to the direct website where you could see what these mother suckers are planning. You can also look up smart city conferences and put an S on the end of conferences, and you will. That will lead you to another website of all the forthcoming smart city conferences here in the US of A Inc. territories, because that is the next big measure of movement in their agendas for digital transformation of, living for people. Societal living is this, smart city living, this digital control measures. See, they started it with video games, and then they went to handheld devices of technology like pagers and cell phones and tablets and laptops and computers. And now they're getting it into your exercise equipments and your so-called smart technologies, as they want to call them, and your finances. So now they got smart homes, so-called smart homes where, people, and they even have a movie showing where that was all bad, but they got smart homes where, you could just talk to your crib and, everything is set, from setting alarms to locking doors to opening windows, and which, mind you, can be, man, we'll deal with that on Monday, which, mind you, can be also accessed by the headquarters of these smart homes where they can lock you in your home. And then, I don't know if y'all seen that movie, The Blackening, a melanin parody type of funny but like exposing movie at the same time. But in there, the cabin that they went to, the windows of the cabin were made of that material that you can't throw nothing at it and break it. You got to have a specific type of material that would break those type of so-called windows or shatterproof windows. So if you're in a smart home and they decide to, and lock you in your crib and you can't get out the windows or your doors or none of that stuff, now you talk about real next level lockdowns. You know what I'm saying? So Maui is one of the first places where they're going to be setting that up here in the corporate U.S. And that's what the whole intent of them burning it down was, so that they can rebuild it with that. Because it wouldn't be, for lack of a better word, coincidentally, that in August they burned the crap down. In September they have a digital governance summit about it, and then in October they have a conference about the matters. You know what I'm saying? And then they just move forward with quote rebuilding it. Let alone the video clip I seen of some military or something of that type of enforcement person who showed an article, literally an article, where the Marines were at war with FEMA official henchmen because they saw them dumping bodies into graves that were dug out by tractor backhoes. They saw them dumping bodies in Maui into these man-made dugout graves, dumping bodies by the great numbers. And then they ended up, quote, the Marines ended up, quote, fighting or going against these FEMA soldiers. You know what I'm saying? So wide range of it going on, but you know, that's the gist of it. You know what I mean? And why there's a big land grab by those people who got money in those areas because it's moving into a digital setup. But let me pause. Y'all can go ahead, Bill.
I appreciate you sharing that. Thank you.
Yeah, I definitely do as well. And before we go into the next segment, I want to keep us. They basically want to beat us to the next advancement for the planet. Like Doc mentioned earlier, the planet is going to evolve, without them, and we're going into the next phase of things. So what that means is they basically want to beat us to the technological advancement thing. For those that really know about the technology that was given, and was helped out with, whether it was through downloads, channeling, and other so-called things that are considered conspiracy theories that actually took place as far as the advancement of plastics and our phone, all those type. But it's a matter of just beating us to those advanced smart home, smart TV, smartphones that we hold now. These are ancient technologies that actually come from indigenous people. So we want to be, just aware of those things and really understand that we have to be, on like I said, head on the swivel and on guard when it comes to actually understanding that, we going through these changes, but the same precept or proverb, as you want, whatever you want to call it, still remains the same. There's nothing new under the sun. So, the vanity of vanities, and keep in mind that a lot of the stuff that they're getting into now is stuff that comes from, higher intelligent beings or just things that we have already actually created in the past. So let's jump into our weekly reading for El's Holy Quran. See what we left off here. But as we read the the Holy Quran every week, it really touches on things that we be talking about out of spirit. Don't even really be planned. We don't prep and say we're gonna talk about this week, this that week. We go based on spirit, and this is where really understanding what I mentioned earlier for for proper perspective, because it it has to be stated for those that are gonna come later on down the line and look into our records, listen to us from their biased standpoint. We look into all of the scriptures. We honor all true and divine prophets, as mentioned, and the Holy Quran Circle 7 by the Prophet Ali, as mentioned right there at the end. So when we go into El's Holy Quran, that takes us back into El's Torah, that takes us back into the scriptures of the seven seals, and that would include the book of Al Hikmah, the book of wisdom, and other sacred scrolls that a lot of people kind of push to the side and don't really take into account as actual scriptural things. So let's go ahead and jump into this week's reading of El's Holy Quran. because this is what was mentioned also last week in our reading. Oh, that thing started us way, and we lost placement on here. Like reset here, buddy. But I think we was on chapter 37, and as I was stating, things happen without pre-planning them. So we come in, we have a topic or a theme for that particular day, and it's not really too much plan on what's going to be said and what we're going to discuss. And every time, this happens almost every time, we read, whether we jumping from the Qur'an to the Circle 7 Holy Quran, or we do some research on, something from online, a reference from Wikipedia. Sometime, most of the time, there's words that stick out, power words of power that always sticks out, and things just pop out on their own, and it's done, like I said, without pre-planning it. So that's how you know when you move with spirit, or you move based on spirit. Spirit moves with you. The nefesh, the ruach, the divine soul is in alignment with you. So we're gonna get to chapter 37 where we left off. Okay, yeah, chapter 37. So we're gonna jump into chapter 37 real quick, y'all. Not too long, and get into our holy instruction week. But I really do appreciate the contributions that was made. We're gonna definitely look into that. I am, and we'll be reflecting back on it, doing some more reflection back on those things that the noble Dr. Idris discussed with us here. Because this information needs to be looked into, and we need to, understand that we have the same power to control our own body politic, regardless of whether they want to understand that we are the we are the Ummah, whether you understand it from ancient Arabic or you understand it from ancient Hebrew, which is also a derivative from ancient Arabic, because it was kind of like a flip flop. But you got to get into the linguistics to understand that. But once you understand that we are those people of the mother tribe, that's why she's called the mother of all living, the mother of all living, because we all tie back into the divine. We all tie back into the divine creator, the creator of the all in all. There's different tribes, and they went through their diatribes, and they had their different leaders. They had their different appointed gods. People are fighting about who Lord or God or deity is the strongest, but none is higher and stronger than the divine intelligence itself. That cybernetic intelligence that connects us all, not just to the planet, but to the stars, to divine creation itself, the all in all. So we're gonna jump into chapter 37, called Al-Qamar, the moon. They changed it from 37 to 54 in its mistranslation, and it was revealed in 614 AD, except for verse 44, ayat 44, which was revealed in 6 AD, before, in Medina, before Muhammad even came. So this is one of them verses that Muhammad was given to add into the Quran. And that's also why I'm saying about the whole channeling thing, and just, getting the information that we get as indigenous peoples, that we all get being connected through the source, No matter if you go through an intercessor or not, especially certain intercessors, but that was appointed for us to do certain things. For example, Moses was a scribe and an intercessor as well. People went through Moses to be connected to the Most High, to be connected to the divine spirit, to the Ruach. And then eventually other prophets, down the line. But as y'all know, we begin our prayers and thinking by using the name of the source, Allah, the Rahman, who is the most merciful. And the commentary reads, the Saha is coming near. The moon is Anshakta'a. They see the sign and say it is a form of Sahir. They follow their own Awa. The Quran has come to Meccans as Mujadir. The Quran is an effective Hikmah. Ahmad is told to turn away from them. They will resurrect just like scattered Jarad. They will be hastening to Israel, Israfil and Raphael. Israel and Raphael, which is two angels. Israel is also the name of an angel, one of the elders around the throne. The last part of the commentary says, the nation of Noah said that he was Majnun. Noah asked his Ra to aid him. So the ayats read, Al-Sa'a, the hour is coming close, and the Qamar, moon, is Anshakta, split asunder. And if they see a ayat or sign, they turn away and they say, it is but Mustamir, a form of Sahir, magic. And they lied and followed their Awa'a, loves or vain desires. And every command has its destiny. And indeed, Al-Anba'i, the news, Al-Quran, has come to them, the Meccan, as a Muzdajir, a means of prevention from wrong. The Quran, is an effective Hikmah, wisdom, but the Nazur, warnings, they don't benefit from. So turn away from them, Ahmad. The day the caller will call them to Shayin, Nakur, a terrible thing. With the Abasa sight cast down in humility, they go forth from the Ajdat. They are Jarad, locusts, Mutashir, scattered about. They, Muktanin, hastening toward the De'e, summoner or caller, the Elohim, Anunnaki, Israel or Raphael, who is the trumpet, shofar or blower. The concealers of the facts will say, this is a Asir, difficult day. Before them, the Meccan, the Canaanite, kindred of Noah, denied our slave. Noah and they said he was Mujnun, possessed with a jinn or cherubim. Therefore he was driven out. So he, Noah, called his Rob or sustainer, surely I am conquered. So please aid me. The next set of commentary states, the Anunnaki opened the Awab of the sky, and they made key to gush forth with spring. They carried Utnapishtim or Noah in that which was made out of planks and nails. The flood was a Jaza for he who concealed the fact. The story of Noah was left as a sign. Allah's pain is dreadful. The Elohim made the Quran easy. Ad lied about Allah's punishment. Anunnaki sent a violent wind upon them. They were flung all about like uprooted trunks of palm trees. So the next ayats read, so we not he, opened the abwab, doors, heaven, or heaven as doors of the heavenly sky, cloud by Muhammad, water pouring down, the flood of Noah. And we made the planet key to gush forth with Uyun, springs, so that all the water gathered together according to the command which was Qudir, predestined. And we, Elohim Anunnaki, carried him, Noah, upon that which was made of awa, planks of wood, and nails, dusur. It, the ark, ran in our, not my, Anunnaki sight. That flood was a jaza, reward for he who concealed that which he knew to be fact, which Noah came to teach. And indeed we left it, the story of the flood, as a sign. But is there anyone, Mudakir, one who will receive admonition? So how dreadful was my, not our, pain, and my warning. And indeed, Yasarna, we, not he, have made easy the Qur'an for the remembrance. So does anyone, Mudakir, receive admonition for it? And Odd lied about how great my, not our, pain, punishment, and warnings were. Surely we, not he, sent upon them the tribe of Odd, a Rih, Sharsar, violent wind, tornado in that very day of constant calamity, or the flood. It, the tornado, Tuzing, flung the inner sights of Odd all about, as if they were uprooted trunk of palm tree, just Munkair, turned upside down. The next commentary states, Allah's pain and warnings are dreadful. Anunnaki made Qur'an easy to remember. The tribe of Thamud lied about the warning. Thamud didn't have faith that a Bashar was coming from them. Thamud is the real life. The Na'aka was sent to them. They were to share water between themselves. The tribe of Thamud slew the she-camel with a sword. And the next ayats read, so how dreadful was my, not our, pain and warning. And indeed we, not he, Elohim Anunnaki, have made the Qur'an easy to remember. So does anyone, Mudakir, receive admonition for it? The tribe of Thamud lied about the warning, the earthquake. So they, the Inosites of Thamud said, what one Bashar, mortal in skin, Salih, one of us, and we are to follow him? Then indeed we will fall into Dala, error, and Su'ah, distress. The reminder were given, cast to him, the news bearer, Salih, and he is from amongst us. In fact, he, Salih, is an insolent liar. They, the Inosites of Thamud, will soon know, as soon as tomorrow, who the real insolent liar is. Surely we, not he, sent Al Na'aka, the she-camel, as a fitna, test for them, so you are to watch over them and keep yourself patient. And Salih, Nabia, informed them as a news bearer that surely the water is to be kisma, shared between them. Each drink will be regulated. So they, the tribe of Thamud, called Salih Bahum, their companion, and they took Al Na'aka, the she-camel, and slew it with a sword. So see how dreadful was my, not our, pain. Why? My Nudha, warning. And, why? And my Nudha, warning. The next commentary states, an earthquake came upon them. Anunnaki have made the Qur'an easy to remember. A stone storm was sent upon Sodom and Gomorrah. The Anunnaki rewards those who are Shakir. The Sodomites and Gomorrahites asked about Lut's 3 Anunnaki guests. A pain overtook them in the Barak. You all are to taste my Allah's pain. So before we get into this next ayat, the reason why, for those that'll be new listening to the readings of El's Holy Quran as we read here every week, the inserts of using the term Anunnaki Elohim, the Anunnaki means those sent. same as reference as the Ilu, the source, those beings, these beings. So when you're talking about the Anunnaki, you're just meaning those hosts, or making reference to those hosts that was sent, the Rasul, apostles, the news bearers, the Naba in Hebrew. So these are the same people from these cross references of culture. You have those that would deny that fact, but they're not actually, looking into it. They rather play semantic games with you than get you to understand the connection between these things. Because when someone says similarities is not the same thing, and you see pyramids over here and you see pyramids over there, they might not be the same shape, but obviously they had to know the same type of knowledge and get into the same type of knowledge for them to be creating pyramids over here and then pyramids over there, and then it all to be around the same time period, or some of them chronologically one after another. So somebody is playing with you when it comes to linguistics, because they don't want you to know that there's a connection between languages, even the languages that have a a a a non a non-derivative. They didn't derive from any other language before it, such as Sumerian, and the language that they described, the languages that they described that came from Peru, which still connects back to the same sun god if you look at the language and the pronunciations of those people there from that geographical time, landmass, culture. You get into the hermeneutics, as we discussed last week. They're not getting into real actual hermeneutics with you to really properly understand these things. This is why, if you look, the Qur'an, if you really, look with your spiritual eye and your inner ear, what we're reading, the Qur'an is the readings. That's what it means. And is reminding, keep giving you this reminder of these ancient civilizations that are talked about in the Torah. So the Quran itself is nothing but a reminder of what came before, because it is known, it's supposed to be known, especially by those that are into the Shema, the previous doctrines and source of the Torah, the light, as it's referred to as in the Quran. You're supposed to know the 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 scepter. You're supposed to know where the scepter is being passed down to. You're supposed to know where the caliphaship of, who's the leader, or the rishi, the head of the tribe, is at. And a lot of those from the Judaic side or Hebrew side or Jewish side don't want to give reference to the Islamic side, the so-called Islamic, because it's still Millia Ibrahim. It's still following the way, which they call the way, or the deen. This is why it's called the deen in Islam. So you end up with all these different debates from both sides, but in actuality, you're looking at the same culture passed down to different people geographically. And this is missed because a lot of our people do not actually get into the actual hermeneutics of Ibri, the ancient languages. They don't get into the linguistics, and they really don't study it, thoroughly, without some type of, biasness getting in the way or stopping them from really understanding scriptures. And that could be from, what other people refer to as your chakras is blocked, my brother or sister, or or in an Islamic perspective or Hebrew perspective, you have that seal over your heart, and you can't really see, see through, can't really see the true light. as I was discussing earlier, that third eye has that mind's eye hasn't become, single with your other eye. So with that, we're gonna get into this next ayat and close on out with chapter 37. So the ayats read for this next section: surely we not he, sent upon them one sehat, shout, which was an earthquake, and they became kahashima, like dried up twig, al mutazir, used by a fencer in building a fence. And indeed we not he, Anunnaki, have made the Qur'an easy to remember. So does anyone mutakir receive admonition for it? So the kindred of Lut's time lied about the warnings from the two Elohim, Uriel and Raphael, who went to Sodom and Gomorrah. Surely we not he, Elohim Anunnaki, sent a stone storm upon them, Sodom and Gomorrah, except on the El family of Lut. We delivered them, Lut and his two daughters, Lubna and Jala, in the Sa'ahir, early shadow hour period, as a ni'mah, grace from us, not I. Just like that, we not me, Elohim Anunnaki, reward him who is shakar, grateful or thankful. And indeed, he, Lut, warned them about our botch, violence. So they did dispute about my, not we, warning. And indeed, they, the Sodomites and Gomorrah, asked him, Lut or Lot, about his death. Yes, the Elohim Anunnaki, Mikael, Murdoch, Al-Kedar, and or Uriel, Kakael, Ruwan, and Raphael. So we blinded them, the Inosites of Sodom and Gomorrah, in their eyes as a fitna, test of my pain and warning. And indeed, early in the Bukra, early daytime hour, the constant pain overtook them, Sodom and Gomorrah. Then you all ought to taste my not our pain and my warning. And indeed, we not he, Elohim Anunnaki, have made the Quran easy to remember. So does anyone, Mudakir, receive admonition for it? The next commentary states, the warnings come to the family of Pharaoh. They lied about the Anunnaki sign. Are the concealers of the facts better than the faithful one? Pharaoh's family think that they are a victorious community. The guilty ones are in Delal and Suhuf. They will be dragged upon their faces in the fire. All things are color according to faith. The Anunnaki command is nothing except in Lamhi al-Bashar. So the next ayat read, and indeed the newser warnings came to the family of Pharaoh. They, the family of Pharaoh, lied about our Elohim sign, Psalms of Akhenaten, all of the Egyptian book of the coming forth to life, or book of the dead. So we not he, Elohim Anunnaki, overtook them after the manner of a Aziz, mighty, Muqtadir, powerful pain. Are you who conceal that which they know to be the facts, Kayir, better than those of you who have faith? Or do you all have a bara'ah, immunity for that which is in the Zabuwr, Psalm of Akhenaten? Or do they, the family of Pharaoh, say, we are a victorious Jamayan community? The community will indeed be put to Yuzam, flight, and turn their Debur back. In fact, the hour is there, Ma'id, promise, and the hour is Adha, grievous, and Amar, very bitter. Surely the surely the Maju, it's hard to pronounce, but it's not hard to pronounce, it's just rolled on my tongue hard. Surely the Mujrimeen Guilty ones are in Dalal, error, and distress, Su'ah. They will be Yushabun, dragged into the fire upon their wujuh, faces, to taste and feel the touch of Saka, hell. Surely all things, we not he Anunnaki, color, created, according to Qadar, faith, and our not his command is nothing, except with one lamhi, twinkling of al-bashar, the eye, or sight. The next commentary, which is the last commentary for this chapter, reads, the Anunnaki destroyed the likings of the family of Pharaoh. Everything they have done is in the Zabuwr. Everything Sakir and Kabir is written down in the book of life, in the seat of Siddiq, in the possession of the most powerful Malik. So the ayahs read, and indeed we not he, Elohim Anunnaki, destroyed the likings of you, the family of Pharaoh. So is that one who Mudhakir will receive admonition, and everything they have done is in the Zabuwr, song of Akhenaten, sons of Amenhotep III in Tiyi, and everything Saghir, small, and Kabir, big, is recorded. Surely those who tremble at the mention are in Jannat, or enclosed gardens of delight in Nahar, river, in the Mak'ad, seat of Siddiq, trust, or Siddiq, trust, in the possession of the most powerful Melech, ruler, Sudika Alahu El Azim, which is the closing of that chapter. So it's some things that noble Dr. Idris just mentioned that's in here, or remade reference to, especially about earth feeling the pain and getting fed up and being done with that, especially when you're killing sacred animals, things like that, and you're being told to do certain things, to be aware of certain things, and you're not paying attention. The Zabuwr is the book of Psalms. You notice it mentions Akhenaten. So when people talk about Misraim or Egypt in the Bible, especially the debates that they have, between the Hebrew Israelites and those of the Akkadian science, they don't really even look into the scriptures to truly understand why the issue is what the issue is. Because if you go back further enough, you find those Psalms that come from Akhenaten that are in the book of Psalms, and you find the issues that the Hekakasut were having, and those that joined over with the Hekakasut, those indigenous Hebrews and indigenous Israelites that joined in with the Hekakasut, which you would consider modern day Israelis now, were basically beefing about those Egyptians not paying attention to what was told to them in the Zabuwr, in these songs. And these are songs. These are basically what you would call poems or songs that were written in reference to the divine creator or the divine creators, and were meant to actually be also instruction of enlightenment as well. These songs, just like today, we write songs that are supposed to help, like Bob Marley, don't worry, be happy. Don't worry, be happy is an instructive statement. Don't worry and be happy. So, same thing here taking place in these ancient times, but from a wahi, a divine inspiration, point of divine inspiration. So a lot of these debates that we have, as I continue to say, could be solved if you listen to people who actually read in the context of bringing our people together, all of the people globally where they're at. Because as is mentioned also in scripture, you find our people all over the planet. We're all over the planet. Now you had many nations that broke off, like I said, from certain deities at the time, because even Moses himself was appointed as a Elohim or a Yahweh. And this is why later on in these modern day times, you have us asking these specific questions. You know, which Yahweh are you talking about? Which Elohim, which God are you talking about? Talking about the God of Israel? Well, the Israelites worship Molech. Israelites worship different deities. They had different gods over them. So which Elohim, which God are you talking about? There was an angel that Jacob fought with that gave him his name. The angel came and Jacob and them, they squabbling, they back and forth. And that's how he received his name. Right? So which deity are you talking about? Which God, which master, which leader are you making reference to? Are we talking about the same God or deities or beings, is what Elohim means, that was a part of the origination and creation of Adam, the earth, the planet? Which host of the planet, which host of the Sabah, from Hebrew, meaning host or armies, the armies of God, which army or which general are you talking about? Which guardian are you talking about here? So a lot of our people don't get information in context. They don't put themselves in that place to have that knowledge, because here we're not going to get you to join in on what the ideology is. We specialize in the science. So the science here in this particular branch temple is more science, and that's still vast. And one of those sciences in particular is called Nulogy, which is the science of sound wisdom, which is the science. Hey, brother, peace. Yes, sir. Which is the science of our ancient wisdom. So when you get into doing your contrast and your comparisons and your studies, and you don't deal with looking at things from the sound wisdom, then you're missing out on the actual source interpretation, the actual true hermeneutics of those peoples from that day and time. It's a lot of information that you're missing versus trying to handle certain things, even from a scholastic standpoint. There's a lot that get overlooked, especially when you bring in your personal bias. You have people that don't believe in high intelligence or so-called extraterrestrial, and they won't really get into the etymology of these words because they're not looking at the ancient language and what that word meant during that time. And it's not hard to really trace these languages, especially languages that was used all over the planet. And you have people from all over the planet from different tribes making reference to the same thing in their local tribal language, and they will tell you that a lot of what they speak come from ancient Semitic. So the Semitic language has engulfed this whole entire planet. Before there was an Israel and an Abraham, you had Noah and Shem, and you had tribes that came before them, going back to Adam. So when the doc come in saying, nature, Mother Nature is, getting tired of you, not being in tune with her. This chapter was called the moon. 37, that's called the moon. One of the signs was the moon being split asunder, which meant in actuality, you will actually be seeing the sun and the moon at the same time during the day. That was one of the signs. That was one of the signs, which is clear as day now. You can see the moon out at the same time when the sun is out. And it said the Qur'an is a hikmah, not a hadith. It's a hikmah. It's a wisdom. The Qur'an is wisdom. It's a reading. It's a reminder. It's a dhikra, a doctor of, or zakah in Hebrew, of this ancient news, this ancient story, this ancient wisdom, the doctrine of the wisdom passing from one culture of people to the next. For example, if people were reading, they would know that Abraham and what people call the Egyptians are connected because Abraham had an Egyptian wife. So therefore, the bloodline that's called the prophets in the Torah, the Ishmaelites, come out of the Egyptian bloodline. So while people are going back and forth with those of the Kemetic science, the Hebrew Israelites going back and forth with those of the Kemetic people going back and forth with the Hebrew Israelites, they would know that they are one people in connection. But instead, they choose to ignore the things that connect them to the vine and squabble and beef and bicker and go back and forth on these apps and these platforms. And this has been happening for years. Used to be on Facebook, one big group of Hebrew Israelites fighting back and forth between each other. Now realizing they are the same people. When we refer to us as the Moors, that goes all the way back to Adam. Because if the prophets say them two are Moors, looking into chapter, I think it's chapter 38 in the Circle 7 Holy Quran. If you go back to what the prophet broke down, that means they're going all the way back to Adam was a Moor. Not mean he walked around with affairs or anything, but he was a Moor by description, by nationality. He was a Moor. He was of the Ummah. He was of Israel. He was of Ishmael. He was of Midian. He is the father of fathers of those tribes, of those peoples. Unbeknown that Milia Ibrahim, the way, the Deen, Al-Deen, what we call Islamicism, not modern day Orthodox Islam, but the ancient and divine creed is coming out of ancient Israel, ancient Misraim. Hotep, you find the equivalent for peace, shalom, selim, as Hotep or Hotep, as some of the Kemetic people like to play with the grammar. So you find these reference points to peace or ma'at, peace being the culture, the religion, the way, the halakha, the law of peace. And then move further on up in time, you have the Native Americans, us indigenous Americans here, we have the great law of peace in our last piece of the pie that we control. You had the great law of peace. We was here. We was all over the planet. Our blood is in everything. So when we understand that we are of the the mother tribe, we are one people, especially if you're going back to what I just mentioned about getting into the science of tectonics and, linguistics and these other things, and you really start to dive in. Like I said, you had the gods, you had the Titans, you had the Olympians, You had the Sumerians made reference to the Anunnaki. The Hebrew and the Judaic people, they made reference to the Elohim. So there were beings that came before the beings that we're studying biblically now, and you get reference to them if you go back and do your scientific study. They don't want to talk and bring up Pangea and the Australopithecus, the 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 actual prehistoric humans that were discovered and broken down. You find million years old fossils in South Africa, but we battling about which continent came first when all continents were together as one. So that means I can walk from here in America, cross right on so-called to that invisible borderline of Africa in less than 2 or 3 hours, and y'all beefing over which continent came first. You might as well go back to to the state of mind, like the prophet say, throw you back to the state of mind you came from, and start beefing back over some flag, some invisible, some colorful flag. Pick up the rainbow flag and fight over that. If that's what you want to be tribal about, because that's what got us in this situation in the first place. The conquering came while we was in a weak state. So if we making reference to this Qur'an, these are the reminders of y'all wasn't paying attention to what came before you in the first place. So this is why you got destroyed. So we wasn't paying attention to what happened to us here as indigenous Americans and the ancient African, and we continuously be destroyed for a lack of knowledge. Continuously. We don't understand the concept of nationality, which I'm about to get into the holy instructions, because we are way up. I don't mean to keep y'all, but we gotta get this science out. And like I say, you got other people, they deal with other perspectives of different science. We choose to deal with the core of the science, which is the Nebuwah, which is we call it in this modern day academic rendition, which is Nulogy, but it's the Nebuwah, the Naba, the Nuwabu, as the Nuwabians make reference to it as. But y'all steady beefing with each other from Nation of Islam to Hebrew Israelite to Panther to whatever other splinter group you got that come next, the Kemetic people going back and forth, let alone even know half these things that we talking about and making reference to, because we're actually reading the scriptures. The prophets say we honor all true and divine prophets. So y'all got to get it together, and this is the message of putting the good foot to your butt, because you got to get it together. Especially our people that got lost in the revamping of the Pan-American conversation, because that whole narrative has been revamped, and we don't even know who narrative we following at this point, because we trying to whitewash everything and put everything in the box and say that America's first, and we beefing over continents and don't even know what we're talking about. We're not maintaining science on what's being talked about. All you're doing is following a plan of the same people who's trying to control the global wealth, because you do not know the ontology or the source, the origins of these people, and how the financial system and the economic system works. That is to leave you without a scientific thought of how ontology actually works, the origin of things actually works, or how they came about, how biogenesis actually came about. So if you think America is first in everything, go on right ahead and give control to where the Yashimata, the King Solomon's gold that belongs to all people across the planet, especially the big claim that ancient Americans have to that gold and to that wealth that's been usurped all around the planet and placed in a trust that's connected to these ancient Grecian people, that's meant and live by the concept of perversion. We read over in the clear vision scroll earlier, Leviathan, Rahab, Rahoah. They can say cloning ain't real, but you got a man called You got a man called what's the boy name? Dorel and his student that came after him. What's that guy name? I don't want to forget his name real quick. Claude, what's his name? What's the guy name, man? The Ray Aliens. Yeah. I can't remember the alien. Get his name. Yeah. Right Aliens. What's Claude Vorhelion. Vorhelion, known as Rael. You get caught up in, the stuff that come from them, and you find out that cloning is real, and you got people over here saying that cloning ain't real. Then you get a rapper that come out and say, well, I was cloned. You get a bunch of these rappers come out and say I was cloned. So while y'all watching Black, and y'all need to be watching the movie, they clone Tyrone. Because a lot of this stuff is not just so-called conspiracy theory. A lot of that information has already came out. That's not conspiracy theory no more. It's been proven. So y'all gotta apologize. They're gonna have to apologize to the previous conspiracy theories, because the conspiracy theories people that you have today, they just conspiracy theories because they can say anything that come out the box. That's not your previous people from the 90s, and beforehand that was, talking about all these things and wasn't getting respected. This day and time, a group of conspiracy theorists, they your flat earthers. Them the people that not gonna buy a rocket and fly it up to the sky to test and really see if the earth is really round, flat, or whatever we want to call it. So we really gotta get to the science. And like I say, the science that we stick to in this particular branch temple is the core science of sciences, which is the Nebuah, which is the Naba, which is the sound wisdom. Every doctrine, every culture, even down to secular governance, is based on the laws of peace, justice, and as we kick it, love, truth, peace, freedom, justice. So with that, we're gonna get into the holy instruction. I'm gonna pin the link at the top of the room. I'm gonna put this Ray Alien link in the chat. Y'all can check that out in case y'all do not know who they are, especially those that follow the Hebrew doctrine. Y'all definitely need to be looking into that, because if you do not know about the Ray Aliens, you do not know about the protocols of Zion and things like that, you most definitely need to do a recheck on that, because the culture that they get our people into is not even a culture. The fanatical gang banging, the religious fanatical gang banging that they get our people into today is based on principles that come from the Yiddish, who are the people that come from Russia. And if you understood that, you would know that these are not the real the Shemitic people. They're not the real Semitic people. They're not of the Shema. That is us, indigenous melanated people. We are the people, that are actually connected to the angelic host you would call Israel, and connected to that bloodline that come out of Chaldea, which is and ancient Samaria. So if you really go back before what these biblical narratives are keeping you locked in and tunneled in a box, then you will not be able to see how the culture of spread throughout time. You will miss it. You'll get caught up in interpreting things in the opposite perspective. So we're gonna put the link in the chat, and we're gonna get into our holy instruction, because we are way over time, and I need to let y'all get to y'all families, because we will be having almost a 4-hour long YouTube record for this week. I do not want to do that to y'all. So let's go ahead and get this link top room. We go into this holy instruction conversation, because a lot of people think it's about paperwork, and they have no idea what actually, involves being sovereign when it comes to sovereignty, proclaiming your nationality, and all these different things. So this is the part of the conversation you was waiting on. This is where it gets juicy, and this is where it gets real for those that are new here. It might get a little controversial, but it's simple. We keep it as simple as possible, simple as plain. This has nothing to do with no secure party creditor process. This has nothing to do with no sovereign citizen movement. None of these things. You got people that make reference to wisdom Moors. They talking about you got to do this, you got to do that. No, they don't. Because when I read these in holy instructions, it's just as simple as the way it's always been. The way that the people that understand the Hebrew doctrine, the people that understand the Israelite doctrine, the people that understand Native American doctrine, people that understand ancient African cultures from any indigenous tribe across the world understands enrolling in a tribe. And that ceremony is simple: to put your name on record and to proclaim and tie yourself back into your ancient royalty. And it has nothing to do with one group of people, so-called being from Europe. As I can't remember the brother name. You probably know the brother name, Doc, but the one that be claiming that the Moors is from Europe now and all that stuff, and got that whole conscious community narrative going. We was discussing him before, but I can't remember his name. But yes, the Moors was in Europe. The Moors was in the Philippines. They actually still to this day have celebrations for the Black Nazarite. But you wouldn't know because you don't really do your history, and you let somebody tell you what history is about. If you don't believe me, check it out for yourself, then you'll know what's really going on instead of being caught up in somebody's ideology. Now, you want the science, we're going to give you the science. We're going to give you the 2 + 2 = 4. We can all do that, and we can all be on the same page. And we ain't got to beat nobody up with knowledge or anything like that. If they don't follow the law, well, according to the original political system of divine nature, nature will deal with them. You don't have to. This is why we ain't got to sit there and argue and get in debates. Now, we need to have these discussions like we was having in the 70s, where you can have a Panther, you can have you a Stokely Carmichael, some some Kemetic people from Kemetic science up there. You can have your Ivan Van Serters up there, and they could talk and pass the mic back and forth from these different perspectives with no argument, with high levels of eloquence and speaking and decorum. Because you know what? That didn't come from us following to be like some white man or European so-called. It came from us being intelligent beings since time immemorial. It has nothing to do with such. And we can be each one teach one and passing knowledge as we've been doing through this global indigenous chieftain system that we've always had. That's why there's pyramids on every parts of the planet. On top of the planet, under the planet, in the sea, etc. So with that, we're gonna get into like I said, these holy instructions, and it's another reading, so bear with me, y'all. But as I read through this, you should get the idea of what the actual real process is, according to the Prophet Noble Drew Ali, to become a proclaimed Moor. You're proclaiming your nationality as a Moor. It don't matter what tribe you are part of. If you part of the Umma, you part of the Algonquian, the Anawiya, whatever tribe you are a part of, none of that matters. What matters is the precedent that you're attaching yourself to. You're not putting yourself under a title that's controlled and subjugated by the BIA. You're putting yourself under international law, which allows you free, 100% free expression of your private international right, private international law, and international private law rights and liberty and equity. This is what the Prophet set up for you. This is why they don't understand the difference between the theocratic, which technically means decentralized, theocratic body politic that's been structured for you to express yourself through this organic constitution that we have today, and any other organic constitution that you connect and tie into it, and any other ancient divine law that you can tie into. You have free expression to create your own laws and customs. So it don't matter if you are the, Zionist Moors or whatever. Like you got the beef between the Zionist Moors, so-called, because the prophet didn't want that a part of the the you know the the stigmatization or the reputation of the temple and the movement. And somebody had to be getting their facts wrong, because we know for a fact that that's in the doctrine that we connected to the Israelites, we connected to the Ishmaelites, we connected to the Midianites, to the Japhetites, the Shemites, the Hamites, going all the way back. We don't need to be beefing between tribes, because that's how we got in this situation in the first place. So with that, let's jump into it. And one last thing, remember, love thy neighbor as you love thyself, and don't forget the grace. That's essentially all this is about. So today we went into our civic virtues, which is the cultivation of our customs, our habits, traditions, which we're talking about now. Like I said, you have full expression under international law, international private law, and private international law to express your indigenous heritage and culture 100% in your control for self-determination. That means if you want to build cities, like I said, they trying to beat us out to understanding these things. Smart cities, your own, high intelligent, highly advanced levels of development, which we had then, we can have now if we learn who we are and understand the cultivation of it. So that makes for the success of our community, understanding our culture. They call it cults now. So anything you do outside the Catholicism view is viewed as a cult. So all those people that join in with the CIA counterintelligence movement, you need to tap them on their shoulder and remind them, hey, what is your so-called purpose? What is, in your mind, what do you fathom as the good intent that you're going to get out of this by shaming the Yahweh ben Yahweh? By shaming the Ben Ami. What are you really going to get out of that? Because if you're not doing things for edification of the movement of the body of the spirit quickens the flesh. If you're not doing things for edification to help, ones improve, because only a fool duck when knowledge thrown at them. What are you really getting out of this? Tap them on the shoulder, because they need to be reminded that they are part of a counterintelligence program. It is what it is. Whether they, left wing, right wing, bat wing the next day, don't matter. It's still the same bird, right? And remind them of what is their purpose, because if their purpose is for success of the people in the community, then they need to know that that doesn't really help us get nowhere, especially helping push their narratives to bring conspiracies upon all our leaders. We sitting there debating and going back and forth on these rooms, and they bringing these conspiracy down and plotting on us while we can't get along and show no decorum towards each other. We can't find the information that ties us to the vine, and there's information all over the place. This is why you have the Sufis. They've been done it a long time ago and shown and broke down the information. It's out there for you to get it. But you got to be a seeker. You got to be one, that want purity, that don't want victimization. And with that comes civic engagement, which is the process of taking collective action to address issues of public concern. So this is why we need to have panels, roundtables, and things like that, like I'm saying, that show high level of eloquence and decorum. Yeah, we might have to ask stupid questions over and over again and have real panels. We have to go through some woes, tearing the wheat from the chaff, but that's gonna happen. But at the same time, it needs to be done eloquently with high levels of decorum, without arguing and fussing with each other about, who's wrong, right, over doctrine. So, as y'all know, Friday is the holy day. Oh, you who know, when the call is proclaimed to supplication on Friday, the day of assembly, hasten earnestly to the remembrance of the Heavenly Father and Divine Mother, and leave off business and traffic. That is best for you if you but knew. And when prayer is finished, then may ye disperse through the land and seek the bounty of God and celebrate the praise of God of 10 and without stint, that ye may prosper. All chaplaincy, temple services, and meetings are to be open and closed promptly according to the Circle 7, and love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. Friday is our holy day of rest because on a Friday the first man was formed in flesh, and on a Friday the first man departed out of flesh and ascended unto his Father God of love. For that cause, Friday is our holy day for all Muslims and peacemakers all over the world. This is according to Act 2 of the Divine Constitution and bylaws by the Prophet Zabuwr, which states all temples and subordinate temples are to conduct holy day service every Friday, starting promptly at their respective time and ending promptly at their respective time. All civilians, patrons, denizens, prospects, and ministers are expected to attend the temple for the Friday holy day temple service and meet. On Fridays, the Moorish American, Moorish Asian, and Moorish African Muslims and peacemakers all come together to supplicate and to illustrate that which Allah has blessed them. The temple services are open according to divine love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. At no time will templars, adepts, ministers, patrons, or outside congregational guests be allowed to disrupt the holy day service. Nor will civilians be admitted under the influence of alcohol or any severe intoxicant. All templars, adepts, and civilians attending the holy day service must have their heads covered with either a turban, fez, or kufi, or spiritual cover. Baseball caps should not be worn in the temple or during temple service. The Sunday school temple service and meeting is mandatory, and all Moorish national templars and temple denizens must promptly attend the temple service and send their children to the Sunday school gathering. The teacher must conform himself and herself to the Temple 101 questionnaire and let every civilian man, woman, and child exercise his or her 5 senses who is able to do so, because out from your Sunday school comes the guiders of the nation, and now the entire global village. According to Act 5 of the additional laws by the Prophet Zabuwr, every subordinate temple should have 2 Sunday school gatherings held. The first meeting should be held 1 to 2 hours before the adult service. Children's Sunday school should be conducted by a director of the Children's Sunday School and program. The Sunday school gathering is designed to assist the temple in learning the Temple 101 questionnaire and developing an understanding of just what these holy keys mean and how they are to be applied to our everyday lives. The Divine Constitution and bylaws, along with the Moorish prayer, the Holy Covenant of the Asiatic nation, El's Holy Injiyl, El's Holy Qur'aan, and the civic editions or lessons of the Holy Temple of Moorish Science are also subjects of major concern for the apprentice who is trying to complete his or her mandatory requirements for pronouncing their temple civilianship and global nationality. All lessons for the adult Sunday school gathering must be prepared by a Grand Sheik, Divine Minister, or an Assistant Grand Sheik. Lessons called by us novites editions may be submitted to the apprentice for completion and returned to the temple. Once the lessons are completed and graded, they must be placed in the active members' temple district file. The Sunday school temple service and meeting is a wonderful opportunity to study the liturgy teachings of the prophet. No civilian is to become disruptive during the Sunday meeting. All templars must bring paper and pen to the temple service and meeting along with the basic temple literature and assignments. No templars or patron is to eat food or other snacks during the temple service or meet, but water permitted. All templars must attend their Sunday temple service and meeting as diligently as they attend their holy day temple service and meeting. Both were called out for by the Prophet Zabuwr and is required as a matter of temple law. According to the Divine Constitution, Act 7 in part, all templars must promptly attend their temple services and meetings and become a part and parcel of all uplifting acts of the Moorish Science Temple of America, and now also Moorish Science Temple of Africa and Moorish Science Temple of Asia, and enjoining world islands on behalf of all indigenous people. For membership, any heads of temple of all temple jurisdictions are not to charge for naturalization or to overcharge for cards, buttons, or anything issued by and through the prophet. Those who contribute to any of the proceedings are not Moors, civilians, or patrons, but robbers. Temple nationality and membership in the Holy Temple's vast estate, which we call a public beneficiary trust, sisters and brothers, kin and kinfolk, is free, not only here, but all over the world. All kin and kinfolk desiring to become a civilian of a subordinate temple must follow these instructions from the temple secretary and acquire the application for naturalization, which can be found on our temple website at holytempless.org, which we're working on also too still. Got to mention that in the current events. The Secretary of the Temple's jurisdiction will help all newcomers by explaining the naturalization affidavit and application for membership in the Temple's vast estate, or public beneficiary trust, as we call it, to the new prospective civilians of the Temple's vast estate, or public beneficiary trust, and arranging for him or her to be consulted by the Royal Council of said temple or subordinate temple. The royal chairman or woman will set the date for the new temple prospect to be interviewed by the royal council. The new temple court civilian, upon completion of the royal council's consultation at the newcomers gathering or Sunday school gathering on Sunday, the new templets will proclaim their temple nationality at the next upcoming holy day temple gathering. After this new civilian prospect proclaims his or her nationality, they will be given the mandatory requirements necessary to earn their free national name and royal title of nobility as a true American royal. These requirements are as follows, and in accordance with chapter 47, circle 7 of the Qur'an, called Egypt, capital dominion of the Empire of Africa. Chapter 25 of the Qur'an, called Holy Covenant of the Asiatic Nation. The Moorish prayer, including the one-on-one Qur'an questions for Americans, Asians, Africans, and the divine constitution, and by law, the additional law, and the Moorish Americans, Asians, and Africans, the divine constitution and bylaw, the additional law, precepts, statutes, and ordinances from El's Holy Torah, El's Holy Injiyl, El's Holy Qur'an, the Holy Tabernacle Family Guide, and also the Holy Tablets through our Civics 101 course in the Global Interdependent School District and Sacred Halls of Learning, which is called New University by us of the Holy Temple of Moorish Science for everyone of the global village. Once a new civilian or template has learned these additions or lessons verbatim or to the best of their ability, he or she will be interviewed by the temple's royal council as the chaplaincy to determine if the new civilian is qualified to represent himself or herself as a faithful Moorish American, Moorish African, and Moorish Asian Muslim or any indigenous peacemaker, and communicated to the ignorant for their instruction, and communicated to the wise for dying on improvement. Once the new civilian or template has cleared the mandatory requirements with the royal council, he or she will be naturalized by the Sheik and divine minister of said temple. So you go through a ceremony, you go through an interview of the royal council of that temple. We are royal people. This is mentioned in the scriptures. The Bible is law in this country. Most nations are governed by the holy book that they follow, and it's incorporated into their laws and statutes and codes. So if you understand who you are as a people, this has nothing to do with so-called claiming your tribe and your ancestry and connecting with your grandma and your ancestor. You're doing that. You're doing that more lawfully because now you have a claim to stand on with a whole divine and national movement with public and lawful acknowledgement, not under and through another sub administrative agency such as the BIA. You're recognized as state citizens or nationals through public and lawful acknowledgement such as HR 0689, which acknowledges the Moorish sign symbol of America as a sovereign theocratic body politic through the Prophet Noble Drew Ali, which allows you to, like I said, express your international private law rights, liberties, etc., and your private and your private international law rights and expressions and liberties, which is customary law internationally, globally. So there's no do no UCC paperwork. There's no go do this, filing your birth certificate, all these things that these sovereign citizen movements or rhetoric that you come across has nothing to do with that. This is simply real ancient indigenous tribal processes, tribal procedures that you go through. Not processes, it's procedures that you go through. These rites, RITE, your rites of passage that you actually go through. This is what you're dealing with. Not the narrative that you hear, throughout the internet and, some people that you run into that only have half-cocked perspective. Never picked up the doctrine, never read a book on Noble Drew Ali, never read any books that came from Noble Drew Ali, never read any books that came from an actual temple that functioned to the fundamentals of the prophet. Because you got to remember, every temple was allowed their own laws and customs, their own customs. The prophet say, we issue a charter to everyone throughout the United States, etc. That means throughout the world. And you add your own laws and customs in conjunction with the laws of the prophet. The laws of the prophet is the ancient laws, the natural jurisdiction, the law of nature, the sound wisdom of nature, the cybernetic intelligence, divine intelligence of nature itself. So anything you add on top of that, that's in alignment with that, that's a plus. But you also got to be aware that, some people are not going to give you the fundamental knowledge of what the prophet is saying. They're not going to give you the fundamental sayings of what the prophet is getting to. So you're going to miss some things. So here we try to keep it fundamental as possible, what the prophet want, and what we deliver, especially about proclaiming your nationality and this whole paperwork thing. If you want to change your name, you can do all that, do everything you want to do, change your name on your birth certificate and all that stuff. You can do that, but you have an actual group of peers now that could represent you in a lawful manner. You have a royal court that you're actually a part of in a lawful and publicly acknowledged faction. You have all these people that want to start nations. Bunch of chiefs, no Indian. Everybody want to be a chief, no what an Indian. But then, and you end up with nobody knowing what to do. And that's coming from the misconceptions from not actually becoming a jurist themselves and looking into the laws and things, that nature themselves, and really getting into that to really understand, well, sovereignty has nothing to do with me by myself. It has to do with society, the law of nation. It has to really do with understanding my community. You got a bunch of people that want to be lone wolves on their own, their own lonely island and tag who the guests are. They create neighborhoods. They not create. They try to create a neighborhood. They not trying to create a nation. They not dealing with things that are of nationhood, nation building, Albania. They have no clue because they think being a part of the sororital and fraternal order of society is an issue. Head too drunk on conspiracy theories to know that the guild system comes from you. The ancient labor system, the ancient trade system comes from you as a people. Whether it's, you find the guild in the Hebrew perspective as the orders of Melchizedek, the order of Aaron, the order of Levi, on down to the Kawatiya, going all the way back to Hindu cultures and ancient orders that's been on this planet, off this planet since day one. Nature operates on divine order. It's simple and plain. This is why they call the heavenly host El Sabbath. But we missing it because, like I said, we going to people that want to give commentary and give you amateurism. And we supposed to have been throwing out all the isms a long time ago. The only ism that makes sense to us is equalism and peace. Islamicism, which is the same thing as equalism. That's it. The equalizer. That's it. Keeping the peace. So with that, we're gonna jump into the ceremony process, which we call the Holy Shahada, or the baptismal or proclamation of nationality procedure, which is the pronunciation of one's nationality, which will be held on Holy Day for all civilians, denizens, Templars, peacemakers, or Muslims all over the world. During the ceremony, the new civilian or Templars will be ordained an El, Bey, or Day, and given his or her royal peer's title of King, Honorable, Lady, Noble, Nin, Nanya, Prince, or Princess by a Grand Sheik and or Divine Minister, and also receive his or her nationality card and button from the Divine Minister of the Grand Major Temple. Upon conclusion of the nationality proclamation, the Grand Sheik and Divine Minister will have the civilian, Templars, and Temple prospect stand while he or she reads the authority of the Moorish Temple of America. It is by virtue of the Religious Corporation Act document that can be found in Herds of Five Statute that gives the Moorish High Temple of America, Asia, and Africa the authority to restore the nationality and birthrights of the lost Asiatics of America, Asia, Africa, and all world islands, and give them the title to their vast estate and their heritage. The Grand Sheik and or Divine Minister is to read from the card and have the new national state, Allah is God, and Noble Drew Ali the Prophet. And I am Moorish American, African, or Asian, and or world islander. This is our Moorish clarification of faith or Shahada and our national pledge of allegiance. The new civilian or templars, free national name, should then be added to the Temple's Book of Life as they enroll in the Civics 101 course and our complimentary World Civics Club. The nationality ceremony should be conducted by the Grand Sheik and Divine Minister, or any other Divine Minister so designated by the Grand Sheik and Divine Minister in his or her time of absence, and most notably by the Assistant Grand Sheik and Divine Minister. The nationality card and naturalization application must be signed bearing the name and title of the Grand Sheik or Divine Minister who issued the application and card and the date of its issuance. The Religious Corporation Act has deemed the Global Interdependent School District and the Incorporated and Chartered Moorish Science Temple of America, with no ink, Africa and Asia, as a religious trust and theocratic government established in 1928 on August 20th. This religious trust is the true global trusteeship system for the Holy Family of Nations, forming the global nucleus. We are a sovereign theocratic government publicly and lawfully acknowledged through H.R. 0689 and other House resolutions, H.R. 1201 in Georgia. So if you learn how to work, facilitate, and do things in its proper manner, we can shut all the narratives down, come together as a people. Because all the YouTube and the conscious community of debate, we carrying them into this next paradigm. We ain't doing nothing but shooting ourselves in the foot. So we want to be as proper as we can. We have an authoritarian form of government, but you got to remind people that Yahweh, Elohim, that is the sovereign. That is the sovereign. The source. When you say Allah is God, you're talking about the source is God. The source, the divine intelligence. Not some being floating in outer space. Or some other deity that you have fathomed in your mind to be some other deity outside of Elo, Elo. Because that's all Allah is. Allahi is the same word is Elo, Elohi. It's the same word, same thing, same principle. But you think you different people. You got people debating, well, I don't follow God, I follow Allah. That's the same concept, same term. You want to be, inquisitive about which God somebody's talking about, yeah, of course. But if that person talking about the all, the source, the all in all, mentioned in the book of Corinthians, then you make a reference to the same deity. Make a reference to the same people. Sometimes there can be, different gods coming through. Your Inkies, your Tammuz, or Jesus, because a lot of Christians say Jesus was back then. Well, that's proven facts. But if you don't do your research and do the studying and check it out for yourself, you're gonna be lost in the sauce. So before you get into these debates, and we do them without any eloquence, we need to understand that we all are one people, and we have a plight to take care of, and we have a plaque to stand on. Though lawfully it's acknowledged that we are a sovereign theocratic government of indigenous aboriginal people, not subject to no BIA, whatever. So there's no refugee camps or none of that that's going to be given to us. We got to do this stuff ourselves. You got to get out there and do the work yourself. Refugee camps, no, none of that. That mean when we say sovereignty, that mean we really got to get together, come together about economic principles, have that conversation, that economic conversation, and really talk about some of the things that was being led to in the past by speakers such as Stokely Carmichael, Kwame Ture, and really have that perspective, but have it at a sophisticated, real, true high level, not just for YouTube likes and videos, but actually have that conversation about Austrian economics, Keynesian economics, not just, political theories and political science debates. Actually get into modern economics, and then come with our own economic school and philosophy and implement it. Take concepts from powernomics from Claude, other different speakers. We had our own economists, but we don't make reference to them. People like Thomas Sowell add these things into the narrative, into the calculation, because they got to be calculated. They got, they count as variables. You throw out a variable in your calculation, that'll throw you off on your path on where you're going. And if we got a date with the divine kingdom, the kingdom of heaven, then y'all all know we got work to do, no matter your background, because that's what everybody really striving toward. Regardless if they see themselves as indigo children or they see themselves as Christ-like, those concepts are the same. And only way we gonna end the witch hunt that didn't come from us and wasn't started by us is if we stop the victimization within us. We completing King James witch hunt. So that we're gonna get into these mandatory literatures for the night, get our last contributions. I know it's a whole hour over. I'm sorry about that, but like I said, the science for tonight was needed. I had to drop that, get that translation out from the ancestors. We're gonna continue to do the divine works. If you can go back, listen to the replays, get that YouTube link, join the YouTube. We got to get 300 more subscribers, then we'll be right at the monetization that we need. And we'll be asking speakers of all backgrounds. I don't care if like I say, don't matter what your tribe is, being a part of a temple, being in the way of peace, that doesn't mean that's subject to people that wear fez. I need y'all to really wake it up. Go look at the garbs that Noble Drew Ali wore. He didn't just wear a fez. He didn't just wear what they call a monkey hat. He didn't really wear that. So it don't matter what your garbs is. He dressed like a Hebrew more than anything, or a Native American more than anything. So y'all really need to look at this from outside the perspective of other people's opinions and formulate your own, and use your third eye to do so. Third and your fourth eye, if you know. But we're gonna get into the mandatory messages for the prophet, man. We're gonna close it out for the night with the last contribution prayer. And hope y'all enjoy y'all holiday. Y'all can be anywhere in the world, but y'all are here with me, Grand Sheik, Dr. Lawiy. And we're gonna continue to do our thing. I'm gonna get into this message from the prophet to the members of the Moorish Science Temple of America. If you're already a member, and it's simple to become a member. Even if you're just a guest member, you are considered a member. So you can do that by clicking that block of words at the top that say World Temple. Even if you're just a guest member, whether it's a guest member on our Facebook, YouTube, not YouTube because there ain't no groups on you, but it is. When we get there, we'll talk about that later on down the line. But we have groups on YouTube. Not you. I keep saying YouTube. We have groups on Facebook. Our group on Facebook you can join. We have one on Mighty Networks with almost 1,000 members. YouTube. You keep saying YouTube. Facebook with almost 1,000 members. And we have Clubhouse. We're working our way up to almost 500,000. And now Clapper, which is a new platform. We're just gonna keep building everywhere we go, getting the network out. We are a small remnant of people. We do not need to be bragging and trying to be an influencer, just saying anything that comes to our head, anything like that, just to gain people's influence. So I'm not gonna be talking out my butt crack, just saying things that'll get people's attention. Especially like I mentioned earlier, your Ben Carsons and people like that. Which the brother does have some knowledge, but when you get to start, getting caught up in the counterintuitiveness, and the only thing you make reference to is the Emerald Tablets, which we know as the Hikmah, the ancient wisdom, the sacred tablets of Tahuti, and you keep mixing it with this, new ageism concepts and movement, and trying to, make our story some type of, movie theater type story. You know, the references to Tammuz being the god of the Bible is right there. Even you can ask modern day Christians, but it's also in Sumerian writing. It's also in all these stone tablets that they yet to show anything that they're actually reading from. But we can get pictures of the Atra Hasis. We can get pictures of the Gilgamesh epics. We know each and every one of these tablets, but nobody here so-called discovered them. But y'all, don't want to give props to the person that really did, studious research on it and pay that man his props. And continuing on what we're continuing on, which is Nulogy, the ancient science that come out of these ancient cultures. You would be having a school of thought based on that connects with anybody, because we are a part of that same ancient wisdom, that same ancient mental reservoir. So with that, I'm gonna get into this message that comes from the prophet to the members of the Moorish Science Temple of America, Islam. These are the instructions from the prophet Zabuwr. The prophet say, be faithful unto your forefathers' divine and national creed, that you will be blessed for your good deed that you sow in the flesh. Allah is the one that judges the world, and his judgment is now on. But the weak can comprehend it not. The end of time is drawing near, so says Allah to his divine prophet, Zabuwr. And that's why many hearts have been turned to stone, and many have eyes to see, but cannot see, ears to hear, but cannot hear. Least they will be confounded of their sin. These are the trying hours now, dear Moors, and every evil spirit is moving, and they are trying every weak mind to overthrow and drag out the true foundation that has been laid, and to cause confusion in the minds of the ones that do believe. But if you have the true love of Allah and the spirit of your forefathers, you fear not what you hear or see, but will sacrifice the utmost of your very life to protect your movement and your prophet. Watch your enemies, dear Moors. Your enemies are the ones that speak against your prophet and ridicule him to the very Lord, and the ones that speak against your divine and national principles of your temple. Act accordingly, and Allah will bless you for your good work. True peace, your divine prophet, Ali. So keep on with the keep on. You got Israelites that went astray. You got Ishmaelites that went astray. You got Moabites that definitely went astray. Many tribes all over the world have went astray and got off that path of their divine creed and their own vine and fig tree. If that's what you want to talk about, the problems all day, then you are part of the problem, because you're not studying the problem to create solutions so we can get to the solution. Because keeping on about the problem in circles does not help us get to the solution. Like I said, you got to tap on them people that got the counterintelligence, motif going on, and really ask them, what is your end goal? Find out what their end goal is and remind them what their end goal is, and really see if their brain is functioning properly, because the pathway to what they actually want, they might not understand, comes with actually knowing what what the intentions are, because the intention is going to speak louder than what the actions, and the words. So you can move inside their words and their actions, but what is the intention behind it? Because a lot of them have intentions that are not for the betterment of the whole nature as a whole, as in indigenous people. These people know that indigenous people are connected to nature, and you continue to destroy indigenous peoples, you continue to destroy Earth. So your plight with indigenous peoples, their culture, even down to modern day hip hop, which they're trying to tarnish, which is the ancient Sumerian name and being for Hashatan, not Enlil like Ben Carson and these these people that's running with that narrative, that are a part of certain narratives to keep us from learning and really getting into this information ourselves. But if you look, you see that we stick to the 7 seals and that divine mission. So keep on with keep on, and understand the Ecclesiastic Depot, which includes the Torah, which includes respecting our brothers and sisters from all those timelines. So with that, we can get into extending the olive branch. If you need a temple home, you need a temple, a spiritual place to kick it, come tap in with. There's a specific reason we start at 6 o'clock every Friday here, and we just channel down and do things based on spirit, as it's stated in the prophet, in the oral sayings and prophecies of the prophet, no Ali. There's a reason why we do that, because like I said, we let things unfold divinely how they're supposed to. But if you need a space and place to call your temple home, you have one here, branch temple number 24. We are a global branch temple, so we get to operate virtually. We have an official charter. I don't have the physical one with me no more, but we do have an official charter, and you could, like I said, click that block of words at the top, join us as a guest, still be a member as a guest member. But if you want to become an active member in the Royal Court, I'll be pinning that link up here in a second, so that you can become an active member. And really, get into some more in-depth things, but that's not something that's major here. The point is to get the message out to those that need a spiritual home, a spiritual place. And that doesn't, negate the fact that, you are a tribal member here, a member here, and a member there. None of that negates that. So, and it doesn't take away from it either. So having a royal court that can stand up for you, speak on your behalf, and acknowledge that you are a peer of the court, amicus curiae, a friend of the court, a royal member of the court, the royal court, then we can speak on your behalf and understand the precedents that's acknowledged and accepted by those, today. Which we'll probably be going back over this again, and with some of the literature from the prophet, where it talks about, go ask those Europeans and, in the courthouses and, things like that. Ask them about the precedent. This doesn't mean that the Moors have a treaty with the so-called Europeans, etc. It's the fact that them and their orders understand that they don't have an order, and they secretly worship you as a people. But you can't know that you're secretly being worshipped as the people, because you do not know who you are. Psalms 82 verse 6. So until you stand up and acknowledge who you are as a people, and that all your works, your issuances, have authority and power, especially if you do them in a proper manner, then things will change. The narrative of victimization and victimhood changes. So with that, I'm gonna get into this message. The prophet speaks to the nation. Notice it's nation, not the nation. The nations. So once again, it don't matter what your background is. Prophet say, if you have race pride and love your race, join the Moorish Temple of America and become a part of this divine movement. Then you will have power to redeem your race, because you know who you are and your forefathers. Because where there is unity, there is strength. Together we stand, divided we fall. Come, good people, because our prophet sent to redeem this nation from mental slavery, which you have now. Need every one of you who think that your condition can be better. This is an open field to strong men and women to uplift the nation and take your place in the affairs of men. If the Europeans and other nations are helping me, why not you? It is your problem. The Negro problem is being solved only as it can, and that is by the Moorish national divine movement. If you have a nation, you must have a free national name in order to be recognized by this nation as an American citizen. This is what was meant when it said, seek ye first the kingdom of heaven, and all these things will be added unto you by the prophet. Nation of Islam, that's a Moorish nation. They Moors. Elijah Muhammad was a part of the Moorish Science Temple of America. That was one of the things that they would tell the members, that they are Moor. You got Farrakhan stating it on documented, video recording. So you got to understand who you are. They got us divided and attacking each other's doctrine, and we not attacking the actual doctrine that need to be attacked. Because we can go into it, especially from the legal perspective, in a 2 + 2 = 4 kind of way. You so busy attacking the ancient and divine creed that came before the Justinian Codex, which is the prophet, reference points, is to wake you up from mental slavery and having a doctrine of sound wisdom. That all goes back to the Hakam, the Hakka, what they call now the Emerald Tablets. It wasn't called the Emerald Tablets. If you actually know the science, the language, the concept, the culture, and the words, you would call it by what it is. Called the Milim, called the Munir. By these ancient people, called the Hakka to ancient Kemetic or Tamaran. And you find that word Tamore all over the world. You find the word Ta for earth, for the land, the people of the land, all over the world. But y'all gonna either figure it in, figure it out. So with that, we're gonna get into the warnings from the prophet to all peacemakers and Muslims that's to be read in every temple service. The prophet said, I hereby inform all members that they must end all radical speeches while at work, in their homes or on the streets. We're for peace and not destruction. Stop flashing your card to Europeans and causing confusion. Remember, your card is for your salvation. Fail to obey these orders will be of severe consequence. We are for love, true peace, freedom, and justice. And when these principles are violated, justice must then take its course. Any member or group of members who hold malicious feelings toward the temple or the prophet or violate the divine covenant of the Moorish movement will receive their reward from Allah for their unjust deed. All true Moors will and must obey the laws laid down to them by their prophet. If they lose confidence in their prophet, they should turn in their card button, cease wearing their turban and fez, and return to the state where I, the prophet, found them. This is a holy and divine movement founded by the prophet Zabuwr Ali. And if the prophet is not right, the temple is not right. The prophet, therefore, is sending out the divine plea to all Moorish Americans that they do their part in protecting their prophet and the temple. This is an everlasting movement founded by the prophet through the will of Allah to redeem his people from their sinful way. True peace. Zabuwr Ali. I'm going to add the link to our Patreon here, which we're going to be building as we build up our social media presence, influence everywhere. So everyone could participate, active member. And that link that was just pinned up that I'm changing now, that is a school link. We have our own official school and global district, incorporated and chartered. Ooh, homeschool. You should be homeschooling. You homeschool your children. Be wanting to get involved with work. I have a grand Sheik with a charter. I mean, y'all get to do things, and then you're not subject to one location. I mean, you get to do things. I should have 100 people hitting me up left and right, but they don't understand because we got this nation, and that nation, and this nation trying to establish themselves, and they not teaching you none of the fundamentals of the things that's in place. You don't know nothing about HR 0689, Statute 10201, 1201. I'm sorry, and Georgia. They not teaching you about these things. They trying to make it seem as we gonna start a new nation. You gotta do all this work over again to be acknowledged as a nation, while you have this international body politic that was established before the Vatican was internationally put on lawful record. Because other than that, they just stood on the scriptures and the law and the Bible and the Justinian Codex. That was their law. The Codex that came from Justinian. That's going back to the Greek philosopher. That was their law. Your law is, if we talking biblically, the Shemesh and the Hammurabi, the Code of Hammurabi, the Codex of Hammurabi, which is a perversion of the Sumerian tablets that came before then. This is why we dropped the New Ethiopian Order Codex. So you would know that you need to have natural law based on natural diction. I'm gonna change the link at the top of the room. So we're gonna get into this last message we're gonna close it out. It's way over time. But I have almost a 5 hour. I won't be here 5 hours. But that's a lot of time on YouTube. All right, so let's get into this last mandatory message from the prophet. Take it on home. Prayer and last contribution. I appreciate y'all for sticking around. Let me go through the procedure here. It's close. Giving, living. Right? So this is to be proclaimed at every temple meeting and temple service. Islam. The prophet said, I'm glad to know that I have a few faithful Moors among you all, and I desire for them to know the truth and divine truth. There's a host of jealousy about me and the movement now by the same people of our side of the nation that claimed that I was only a joke and unreal. But now, since they have found out from the government officials and the nations of the earth that this is the only sole foundation that all Asiatics must depend upon for their earthly salvation as American citizens, they're working every scheme that they can to disqualify me so they may take charge of the situation. I have notified all these things to you long ago in the past. It is through the faithful Moors that attribute to the movement and uplifting funds. The ones that paid their divine respect to me and the movement will be remembered. That's why I'm calling upon all faithful Moors to increase their faithfulness to me, your prophet, and your divine Moorish movement. I need finance and I need it badly. Never before have I needed finance so badly as I do at present. So I can shove aside the discord that is facing the nation. It all comes through jealousy because of my fame and nobility. The nations of the world will not recognize the movement without me, the prophet, being head. It has been proven by my works, which I have performed in the past few years. Prophet, Joel. All right, y'all. So we got the link pinned at the top of the room. Less than a coffee to get involved as an active member. Not just join the block of words, join us, but using the block of words at the top that says World Temple. Come link yourself with the family of nations. We honor all true and divine prophets. And with that, we can get our last contributions for tonight. Prayer going. Take it home. Do want to say one little last thing. We got to come together and understand that we do need finance and we need to get it together. People such as Taj Tariq Bey and other names that are known in the community, Tahaka Bey, people like them today in today's time, they're going to be remembered because they're out there putting their face out there. They're out there doing the work. They're out there getting their name out there. Regardless of all, a lot of the bad stuff that gets said about, or the, some of the things that cause confusion to the people. We have to understand that they have still made contributions to this movement. So they're going to forever be remembered. They're going to forever be remembered. Such as the people during the prophet's time. They on record with the FBI. You're going to have people looking them up long after the FBI is gone. So if you want to mark your name and etch your name in the divine stone, do the work. Get involved. The master teacher, his name's going to forever be etched there as well. They got him up there on the terrorist page list. So he going to be remembered. That was a bad man. He was enough to be called a terrorist. To be considered a terrorist. They consider Taj, Tariq, and all the rest of them terrorists. So we got to get it fundamentally correct and show how we align with those Moors, those temple Moors that's publicly and lawfully acknowledged. We are a royal people. So we need to show royal decreting, royal decorum, eloquence, and move as a royal court, as royal people. That means you got to do royal and elite things. If you want to be one of them people that's not remembered, so be it. That's just on you. But your contribution goes a long way. Even if you are just a member, even a guest member, contributing go a long way. Because whatever content you create, whatever things you're doing, it goes a long way. Especially if you financially contributed. And we start building cities and other things like that we have in mind, our own smart cities, our own sustainable cities, our own mutually symbiotic places in, landmass like that. But we got to get past the bickering in the YouTube debates because we still stuck in that same cycle. But there's moved from YouTube to on the streets to YouTube to on Clubhouse now. So with that, let's get these last contributions, y'all. We'll take on Rob. I mean, who? Don't got no contributions. I'm gonna take us on home for the night. I'm just gonna give y'all time to come off the mic. Y'all want to add in to the closing?
What I'd like to add just a little bit at the end here, going off of what Dr. Idris said about the Hawaii and the how the military is getting a little bit frustrated with the FEMA. They're finding out about some of the stuff that FEMA's been doing, and that's a really deep conversation or communications. That's something that I stumbled onto at a young age, and I was angry too. Probably same as the military there, but after years of being put under pressure, so to speak, with life and challenges and more information and knowledge, things started to make sense. And kind of going back to the beginning of this service tonight about being clean and maintaining your body in the presence of others doing the same goes a long way for maintaining and stabilizing a society. And so we've done a lot globally with the medical industry and the different corporations and organizations on those big levels, looking from before TV and whatnot, and getting to the end here. Basically what I'm saying is this space between information has to digest, emotions have to do their chemical reactions, and I think that's a lot of these upper echelons have known that they're dealing with different people and they don't always know what types of people they're dealing with, but they have to be able to get things orchestrated and done. No different than the temple here. Bringing it all together, I think, is what people call the singularity, you know what I mean? But it's not really a singularity based on AI is going to wake up and start attacking everybody, but it's a singularity of the heart. And I've always looked at the Central Intelligence Agency as being along those lines of a path with heart. But when it gets to the roots of the information and the knowledge and the actual coming together, not just for the information or the sake of saying the vanity of it, but for the actual digestion and reorganization of oneself in communication, allows for marketplaces to continue. It allows for people to go into a restaurant and order food, or go into a business and talk to the people who are working that position, and in that the equity, because I don't look at the jobs that I've done as being jobs that I was going to stay in for my whole life, but it gave me experience, and I'd like to see the future generations to be able to still have the ability to get that experience, to be able to grow and continue on. So awesome. It was a long night tonight. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that, y'all. I'm definitely sorry about that, but I had to deliver. I don't want to continue on in 5 hours. Definitely got transmission and get out. We don't got anything else. I don't know if you want to chime in, Doc. If not, we'll go ahead and go into the prayer tonight. We will be back here next week. Same time, same celestial code. We'll be getting it in the transmission that comes through. Answer the divine creator. Go and give honors to the divine creator. I want to give honors to the prophet, Noble Drew Ali. I want to give honors to the original staff of the prophet. Give honors to those leaders of the prophet, Touch Bay, CM Bay, I mentioned earlier, Taj Tariq Bay, Dr. Malachi York, Honorable Mesa, Honorable Elijah Muhammad, your Farrakhan, your Ben Amis, your Yahweh Ben Yahweh's, all the leaders, whether they branched off different studies, it doesn't matter. We want to give honor. I want to give honors to all y'all that are here present with me tonight. Y'all can get it, bro. Those came through. Y'all can be anywhere in the world. I could have went anywhere through stop here with us. Or that. We're gonna close it out with prayer. I don't know if you want to add in, Dr. Reese, real quick. If not, I'm gonna go into prayer. See tapping of the mic, so I'm gonna go ahead and do the prayer. Y'all know how it go, facing the east, feet at a 45-degree angle, 5 fingers up, 2 fingers up. Law, the Father of the universe, Father of love, truth, peace, freedom, and justice. Law is my protector, my guide, and my salvation, by night and by day, through his holy prophet, Zabuwr Ali. Amen. Right, y'all. See y'all next week. Hua Badu.
Whoa.